I would now like to call the May 19th, 2026 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel or at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or Comcast channels 8 or 880. We do have Councilmember Christ. She has requested online. She has requested remote participation this evening, and I need a motion to suspend the council rules of procedure 25.2A2 to allow for her to participate without having obtained permission in a prior meeting.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Can we have a vote? All those in favor? I guess. Did it? Okay. Oh, we can vote now. There we go.
Macon. Hold on.
Should Councilmember Chris vote on this?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
voting yes. But
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
to get back to my
I don't know. Yeah,
live
it's
meeting.
about her. I guess she's
There we go.
okay.
There we go.
Crystal,
Now
did
I've
that
lost
carry
my connection
unanimously?
again. Can you hear me?
Okay, so yeah, I can hear you, Councilmember Chris. So that carried unanimously. So now let's go ahead
there we go.
and do a roll call.
Mayor Hidalgo Faring,
Here.
Councilmember Christ,
Here.
Councilmember Kalkofer. Here. Councilmember Marcin.
Here.
Councilmember McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Popkin.
Here.
Okay. A little choppy, but he's here.
Councilmember Prieto.
There it is.
And Councilmember Prieto did let me know that she would not be on virtually or in person. So go ahead.
You have a quorum.
Okay, great. So with that, let's stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States.
To the United States of America.
And to the
And
republic.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Can't hear it very good.
Yeah. Councilmember Chris, can you put yourself on mute?
Yes, I'm working on that.
Okay,
actually.
thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, so let's see. So in accordance with the council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as followed. Only Longmont residents and employees of the city of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address, your name and address at the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for the specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, and abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. So we're on to approval of minutes. We don't have anything. Agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Do we have any items? Okay. And no, Crystal, no changes to the agenda today, correct?
No.
Okay, great. So now we're on to item 6, seeing no one in the queue. Does the city manager have a report?
No report, Mayor.
Okay, great. And now we're on to special reports and presentations. And this evening, I will start with a proclamation designating the month of May 2026 as Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, Colorado. And I'm actually going to open up my screen. The print is too small for my eyes. Okay, here we go. So, so I have Jennifer Hewitt Apperson, who is she's already at the podium. Okay, so I'd like to read a proclamation designating May 1st through the 31st, 2026 as Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, encouraging economic growth, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas archaeological and historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history and archaeology in our lives and the contributions made by the dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of heritage that has shaped us as people. And whereas the Historic Preservation Commission supports Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont for May 2026. Now, therefore, I, Susie Hidalgo Faring, Mayor, by the virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, I do hereby proclaim May 1st through the 31st, 2026 as Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont. And did you have a presentation to share with us?
Just a quick remark in the interest of moving things along for the meeting. So I'd like to note that every year History Colorado, which is the State Historic Preservation Office, they issue a poster for Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month. That poster is both printed here, but also on the screen, and Longmont's Tower of Compassion made the poster this year. So the theme this year really gets into, it's the 250-150. So this is a nice note, and I do have a number of our historic preservation commissioners up here to receive the proclamation.
Yes, yes. Is there anyone who would like to anyone on the commission who would like to speak? Or if you would like to take a picture with council? Come on down, yeah. Great, thank you. We are now on to item B in special reports and presentations, the National Register of Historic Places dedications for the Tower of Compassion. And yep, you didn't go anywhere, so perfect.
We're doing a two for tonight.
Two for perfect.
Yes.
So blended well.
So it made sense to do this in conjunction with the proclamation for Historic Preservation Month. I'm just going to say a couple brief words, and then I'm going to turn the floor over to some other more distinguished speakers and guests that we have. So the Historic Preservation Commission initiated designation of the Tower of Compassion as a local Longmont historic landmark in 2024. Following its designation as a Longmont Historic Landmark, the State Historic Preservation Office, History Colorado, sought to pursue listing of the tower on both the state and national registers of historic places through its History for All initiative that is been being pursued in conjunction with the 250, 150 celebrations. So the review committee for the state and national register listings agreed that the Tower of Compassion has state and national historic significance in addition to its local significance. So this evening we will officially receive a plaque commemorating this honor from Damian Pachoda of History Colorado. But before that, I would like to invite Ken Kanemoto, whose family built the tower, to come and say a few words. Just make sure it's right.
Yeah, hi. I'm Ken Kanemoto. Wanted to give you a little bit of history about the Tower of Compassion. This is my parents and my uncle and aunt were a family partnership created by two brothers that married two sisters. My parents were Jim and Chio Kanemoto, and my uncle and aunt were George and Jane Kanemoto. Unfortunately, they're all gone now. World War II caused fear and hysteria and was a dark chapter for many Japanese Americans. Those living in California, Oregon, Washington, and Arizona were forced to give up their possessions that they couldn't carry and were sent to internment camps. Colorado Governor Ralph Carr refused to send Colorado Japanese Americans to those camps. During the war, our parents were treated with kindness and support by the businesses they worked with and by neighbors and many friends. Over the years, they gave back to the community. Among properties they donated was the land for Burlington School. Then in 1966, they donated the neighboring 6 acres that became Kanemoto Park. On that land, our parents built a 5-story pagoda that became known as the Tower of Compassion. In 1973, it was dedicated to the city of Longmont as a symbol of gratitude, friendship, and compassion. In 2015, believing that the Tower of Compassion to be a city treasure, the city undertook a major renovation of the pagoda, which had fallen into great disrepair. The surrounding park and the pool was also heavily damaged by the historic 2013 flood. So along with city funding, donations came from local companies, individuals, and even Chino, Japan, our sister city. When the restoration was complete, the city had a rededication ceremony. So the Tower of Compassion stands not only as a historic landmark, but also as a reminder of resilience, gratitude, and the importance of compassion within the community. We found some of my dad's original notes of a speech that he gave at the original dedication. I'd like to end with a few of his quotes. Today is really a momentous day for the Kanemoto families. I want to thank all of you very much for coming to add to this special occasion. I want to thank Governor John Vanderhoof for honoring us with his presence at this presentation ceremony of the Tower of Compassion. We hope that this Tower of Compassion, with its visual pleasure, will bring a feeling of peaceful tranquility and enrich the lives of people of this great community. Our families have been living in the Longmont community for 54 years. We appreciate the many help, friendships, and kindness given to all of us. To express our sincere gratitude, our families want to give something to the people of Longmont that is unusual and has a deep meaning. This 5-story pagoda is unusual because I do not believe there is another one in the United States outside of San Francisco. As the sign reads, compassion is living the life of love, empathy, understanding, gratitude of all things, and giving selflessly for the happiness of all beings. It is not just the buildings, streets, parks that make a good city. It's also the people, the relationship of people with people. Compassion brings people together instead of pulling them apart. With compassion, we can have a great community. So, on behalf of the Kanemoto families, it gives me great pleasure to give to the wonderful people of Longmont through its mayor, Mr. Gaddis, and City Council, this Tower of Compassion. Those were Dad's words in 1973.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Mr. Kanemoto. That was wonderful. I would like to invite Damian Petrata to the podium to just present the plaque and give a few words about the History for All initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Damian Petrota. I am the Senior National and State Register Historian with History Colorado. I do have the plaque today. So, and the National Register of Historic Places is an honorary program meant to recognize important sites around the United States and take these local stories and make them part of our shared national heritage. The Heritage for All initiative that was mentioned is an aim to add 150 sites to the National and State Register here in Colorado in commemoration of the 150th commemoration of Colorado becoming a state. The initiative aims to focus on people-centered stories related to the built environment and site-specific locations, as well as really emphasizing underrepresented communities. And this is a great example of an underrepresented community being represented. It is, when we started this initiative at the beginning of 2024, there was only 2 sites related to the Asian American community on Colorado's National Register. Now there is over 15. This is obviously one of them. What makes this unique as well is this is the only pagoda on the National Register in the Rocky Mountain region on the National Register, and it is the only 5-story pagoda of a Japanese style on the National Register in the entire country. So we're really honored to have this and have this in Longmont. Longmont is actually my hometown, so I'm very excited to be part of this as well. So with that, I'd like to present the National Register plaque on behalf of History Colorado.
Thank you very much. Should we come together for a picture? It just seems like.
Yeah. We also have.
Come on down, yeah. Yes. Great.
These are the screws.
Oh, excellent.
I don't want to forget those.
No, we'll get these to our parks folks to. Come on down. Jennifer, do you want to display this again also? Maybe here, give it to Sean. Sean can hold that one, yeah. That's great. Oh, yeah. It's heavy? It's over. Great. Well, we're so close, but reach in a little bit more. There we go. Yep. All right, 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so we are now on to public invited to be heard. And the first person on the list is Ben Clark. And you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name when you come to the podium.
Sorry.
Oh, it's Bev.
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 Ben is close enough. Beverly Stokes Claridge, 17.
apologize.
That's okay. 1760 Sunlight Drive, Longmont, Colorado. I am a very compassionate and understanding person, and I know that we all make mistakes, and I offer forgiveness to each and every person that makes a mistake because I'm not perfect. However, I take exception to the fact that a business has established itself in my neighborhood directly across the street from my house. I have compassion for the residents of the Miroberg Recovery Center, but I'm just saying that we do have zoning laws in this city, and I live in a residential neighborhood that has a business directly across the street from my home. In addition to that, we have 12 children on my street under the age of 12. And I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but by the same token, some idiosyncrasies cannot be reconciled or made whole. And I just would like to know how a business got a license, if they in fact did, in my residential neighborhood. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Lance Whitaker.
Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today is going to be a quick day. It's May Ray Day. If nobody knows what that is, that's supposed to be where you go out and enjoy some of the sunshine. That's not there.
Not today.
It's also Devil Foods Cake Day and National Roadie Day. No real important birthdays, unfortunately. So nobody's having a good time today. Have a good day.
Thank you. Diana Chavez?
Hi, is this on? I couldn't hardly hear Lance. Okay. Diana Chavez, Princess Drive, Longmont. And I am continuing my Planeteer manifesto. So Alex Karp's manifesto contains 22 points as laid out in his book, The Technological Republic. This evaluation, which I am condensing from the Shire held on Substack, is founded on the foundational principle of natural law and constitutional protections as articulated in American historical jurisprudence. The analysis applies the following core axioms as established. Creation axiom, mankind is created of the Creator who creates. The guiding principle, mankind operates under a single guiding principle, do no harm to another of mankind unless in self-defense and or protection of property, the highest right of a man has per America's rich Enlightenment awareness. Analysis across 6 specific areas: contradictions, opinions, statements, color of law, constitutional breaches, manufactured terminology, and nebulous content, and historical inaccuracies and misinterpretation presumptions. So his first point is Silicon, and this is a quote, Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible. The engineering elite has an affirmative obligation to participate in the defense of the nation. So the first problem with this is that it's an opinion statement under color of law. Moral debt and affirmative obligation are subjective, non-legal constructs, attempting to convert a voluntary corporate existence into a conscripted duty to the state. This language can be used under color of law to mandate corporate compliance with government surveillance or military objectives without legislative acts. So I'm nervous. It is also a constitutional breach of the 13th Amendment, which covers involuntary servitude, and the First Amendment, compelled speech or action, if applied as a mandate. Under natural law, a man's labor and property are his own, and he owes no inherent debt simply by existing within a geographical boundary, being Silicon Valley in this case. Thank you. Boy, that went fast.
Thank you. Martin Orner.
Hi, Martin Orner, 1417 Auburn Court. I was here last week and I heard the presentation about the Colorado Connector train. We were told that the train would travel at up to 79 miles an hour. Sounds like a fast train. But where will it travel at 79 miles an hour? Is it going to travel at 79 miles an hour through Longmont or the other communities that it stops at? I don't think so. During the presentation, we were told that the fare to ride the ski train from Denver to Winter Park starts at $9. I was sitting over there and I couldn't believe it. And I asked my wife, she rode the ski train this February. Round trip ticket was $54. So how much, I ask, and I'd like to know how much of Longmont's money is sitting at RTD, collected from the taxes that Longmont residents have paid for all these years for the fast tracks. I'd like to know from these people who presented what the ridership is going to be, how much it's going to cost. We were told that this project's going to cost upwards of $300 million. That's not funny money. That's a lot of money. So I'd like to ask that we make sure we ask them those questions. And I'd like for council to ask us as Longmont residents, what would we like to do with the money that we all have and continue to pay for the fast tracks in our taxes? Please ask the questions that need to be asked before embracing this very expensive endeavor. Please represent us, the Longmont residents, who have and continue to pay the fast tracks taxes, not the folks bringing pretty pictures and questionable promises. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hodges.
David Hodges, Bluefield Avenue. I'd like to start out by some appreciation. I've been coming to these for a couple of months now, and I have to say, I really appreciate you, Lance, and bringing the levity to some serious conversations, but it's also good to have that little laugh in between. And I'd also like to thank you all for your service, and I know it's a thankless job, so I'm not just a contrarian, but I stand by what I said in terms of the acts on cameras, and I think surveillance is too important of an issue for no disrespect for 8 of you to vote on when we should all be voting on it as a community and hopefully educated. I think also in terms of the fast tracks, it's a very disappointing, it was an exciting thing when we first moved here in 2005 and was really looking forward to riding that, and so putting that money in was okay with us. But I really encourage you, as the last speaker said, to ask. I know some hard questions were asked last time, but would also encourage you to do the same this time around, so that very clear on the strategy and what our money goes to. And then getting back to the acts on cameras, if safety is the goal, I think there's other ways around getting to that goal. Councilmember Chris mentioned I believe the roundabout at 21st and Alpine a couple weeks ago, and the success of that when we were discussing, I believe, the Vision Zero, did I have that right, strategy? And I'm much in favor of that, having lived in Europe for a number of years. And while roundabouts are foreign to us as Americans, they certainly, I can sell it to anybody. From a safety point of view, who doesn't want that? And they've shown to increase safety by 80% in terms of deaths and serious accidents. They're better for the environment because cars aren't idling, and they get people faster, so they're better for business. So wins all around. And while I understand that we can't implement those tomorrow across the whole city, I would hope that would take a serious look at maybe a long-term strategy in terms of putting in more roundabouts and education on how to use them. Thank you.
Thank you. So, seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. And we are on to item 9, consent agenda and introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Crystal, can you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be held on June 9th, 2026. Agenda item 9A is ordinance 2026-34, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning hyperscale data centers.
Okay, and that is it. Does anyone want to pull an item? So, okay, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to go ahead and pull item A.
Okay, and so seeing that is the only item on our consent agenda, we've pulled that, so we don't need a vote right now. And we're on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter, and there are no reading ordinances or public hearings. So now we're back to items removed from consent agenda. So we'll start with Councilmember Marcin, since you pulled the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate Councilmember Popkin for kind of driving this notion forward. I did just have, and I realized about 20 seconds ago that I forgot to give this exact language to the clerk, so I'm sending that over to Crystal right now. But I've worked a couple amendments that I'd like to offer to it, and the goal of these amendments is not really policy direction. It's more about clarifying a couple of potential loopholes in the policy to ensure that the ordinance is as strong and effective as it can be in essentially limiting the goal. So, Mayor, would you prefer that I do amendments? I have two. Would you prefer I do them one at a time or separately?
I do not have a preference if they kind of coordinate or if they're
a little different.
They're a little different. So I will let
One
you.
at a time? Okay.
One at a time, and then we also have Councilmember Popkin, who his name is in the queue. So do you want me to wait, Councilmember, until Marcine is done? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I just sent over that language to Crystal because I missed it. I worked at other places, but just forgot to send the language. So I'm going to make the first motion is an amendment. So I move to amend Ordinance 2026-34 by adding the following language after the definition of hyperscale data center. For purposes of determining projected peak electrical demand, the city shall rely on information submitted by the applicant, including utility service requests, load letters, interconnection requests, phased expansion plans, equipment specifications, or other relevant documentation as verified by Longmont Power and Communications or its designee. And I'm happy to speak to the reasoning for the motion and what it does if I have a second.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a second? Okay, so that the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcine, seconded by Councilmember Culcupper. You may speak to your motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for the second. So essentially, all that this does is ensure that there is some measure of us double checking that 100 megawatt number that is proposed in the hyperscale ordinance is verified by LPC and not just self-reported by the applicant. I don't think the number should be based only on how an applicant describes their project, and I think codifying that in the code is a technical cleanup that strengthens the ordinance.
Okay, great. Councilmember Christ, are you wanting to speak on this motion? Or this amendment? Okay, and so can you, you are on mute. Okay, you can go
Sorry,
ahead.
thank
No
you.
worries.
Just juggling between screens here. I do want to speak to this amendment, but I'm trying to read it at the same time, so hang on just a minute.
It was after the definition of hyper.
Yeah, it'd be in
Okay.
section 2. The
Okay.
definition of hyperscale.
Yeah. Also, I had a conversation with, an email with Daryl Hahn about, I had a conversation with Daryl Hahn and also Wes Lowry and also Nextlight, Valerie Dodd, about protections that we already have in our various utilities to handle large users. And so I would like to know, like, I can see that this particular amendment is to verify, but I think that may already be written into the code for electrical use and for water use, in terms of how big of a user they're going to be. I cannot see the scene in front of me, so I don't
Yeah.
know if the staff members are present or not.
So,
But
yes,
maybe-
Daryl Hahn is in the room. No, he's not in the room. So he told me no.
Oh, he is. Okay. Yeah.
No, he's coming down. Or, yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hahn, for being in the room. So regarding our email of earlier, do you feel like there are protections in the LPC code regarding high usage of electricity by business concerns?
I can say that there are certain, what I call bumpers in municipal code. I wouldn't say that they are limited specifically to a number like this particular ordinance is proposing, but there are some, like I say, bumpers. We also know that there are some just physical limitations in terms of how much load we can serve. As you know, we have substations around the city, and these substations are each able to provide a certain amount of electricity depending on their location and how heavily loaded they are. So just from a physics perspective, we are limited. We're also limited from the Platte River Power Authority perspective in terms of how much energy they can provide to us at any given time today without some advance warning. So again, if somebody were to walk in and ask for some large number greater than, let's say, 100 megawatts, that would have to be a conversation. It wouldn't necessarily be something we could do right away. So again, there are some limitations.
Okay, so when people apply to do business here, they actually present this information to you for review already. Is that correct? I mean, tell me a little bit more about that process.
So typically, customers, a larger customer like this, would approach the city and they would speak to any number of the departments, including LPC, about what they're looking at, whether it's their water requirements or their fiber requirements or electricity or their impact on traffic, and others in the room can speak more intelligently about that than I can. But in general, LPC is often one of the departments that's approached by customers like this.
Okay. So does this ordinance offer any new content to what's going on? I mean, all of this would have to be discussed at council anyway if there were a request for a high usage. Is that correct?
It depends on the context and what exactly it is that they're looking for. Generally, a large load like this would get a little bit more visibility than, say, a smaller load. For example, a rate would likely need to be negotiated for a large load like this, so it would get some additional care and feeding and attention.
Okay. Okay, and there are bumpers in place to keep this a rate or usage of this much electricity from affecting the average consumer in town.
From a wholesale electric rate perspective, the Platte River Power Authority does have a formal policy in place about large customers like this not impacting existing customers. So, there wouldn't be any sort of subsidies from existing customers for a large utility, or I'm sorry, for a large electric load like this. So that's one of the bumpers. And then here at the city, we do have a philosophy about not impacting existing customers when a new one comes into town. And so that's certainly something that we would take into consideration when interacting with these types of potential customers.
Okay. And do we have the ability to say this project is not for us?
I think from an LPC perspective, we would just look at the feasibility of whether this load could be served and when and how quickly and the rate and that sort of thing. We wouldn't necessarily make a judgment about whether we like the customer or don't like the customer.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there are other departments within the city, for example, noise ordinances and that kind of thing that I can't really speak to. But
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the difference in this is that today we would have to go through the process and evaluate everything that Daryl's talking about in terms of whether or not we could serve it. I think this ordinance would essentially say if you're coming in at that level, it's just not allowed. So there's two different issues, I think, in play in this one, in how we would approach it.
Okay, so my next question would be, could it be allowed? Is it possible to create that much energy if we needed to for a price? I mean, I'm thinking more PRPA, so you'd be saying, what are the parameters for that?
I don't really want to speak about a hypothetical, like a 100 megawatt load. Again, it would be a conversation that we would need to have with Platte River. We would go to them and say, this is the location, this is kind of what their load profile would look like, whether that they're at 100 megawatts consistently or if it's up and down throughout the day, how quickly they would need the load, where they would need the load, in what part of town and from which substation. So there would be a lot of questions that we would have to consider before we could just make a determination on whether it could even be served at all.
Right. And then if there was needed infrastructure improvements, then that would also be part of the conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
Sure.
And I just want to add with my time, I don't know how much time I have, but.
Have a minute, yeah.
Yeah, okay, we talked at Water Board about the same topic with water, and I don't know if Wes Lowry is in the gallery here, but he put out that they already have restrictions on if it's greater than 3 acre feet, then that has to be reviewed. And we have had big water users in the past. For instance, Longmont Foods, which was the turkey plant, used 1 million gallons a day. I don't know if anybody realized that. But it did fall within what we could manage. And if it's more than 3 acre feet, then they have to bring the water reserves to do it. So it's not like it would be using our reserves. It just uses, they would have to bring in more water if they required more water. So the big question amongst all these conversations was, well, can Nextlight do it? And they seem, I got a nice response that, yeah, they think they could put in more fiber and dark fiber for hyperscale data centers. I'm not saying that we should do it. I'm just asking the question is, where are we right now with our infrastructure? Where are we with our
Councilmember
resources?
Chris, that is time. So
thank
if
you.
we can get where are we at with our infrastructure? Does anyone want to? As far as with Nextlight goes.
No, thanks.
No, thanks. Okay, well, we'll get back to you on that one. Councilmember Kalkofer, and then Councilmember Popkin, you will be the next one.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead, yes.
So what would happen if a business or any user starts small and slowly over time ramps up? Thinking of boiling a frog, you slowly ramp up over time. Would we even notice if somebody starts to creep over a certain threshold?
Yeah.
Councilmember Kalkofer, I can answer this one. So generally, when a customer comes in, they're sort of capped at a certain level. They pay for a certain amount of capacity, and so the fusing and the infrastructure is all built to accommodate that level of service. And so, if they wanted to go above that, the system would physically not allow it. And so they would come to us. They would have go through the permitting process, and they would pay certain fees to increase the capacity if that's something that the city ultimately deemed was required.
And if, let's say, I don't know how much electricity some businesses use, but let's say they're permitted for so much. If they're doing an incremental upgrade, would that ever come back to council, or is that a regular permit process?
Generally, again, depending on the type of permit request, it would often go through the standard process and wouldn't necessarily come to council.
Gotcha. And then if we do set a cap for these businesses, what would the penalty be if they go over? Would we just not supply them with the additional power, or would the rate just be astronomical?
We would potentially, depending on sort of what council decides, we could certainly impose any number of actions, whether it's we cut them off or send them a big bill for overage or something like that. But we could and can monitor that type of the usage, and it can notify us if they attempt to go above that limit. But again, typically the infrastructure would limit them from going above.
So I'm going to interrupt for just a moment, because that is speaking to the whole ordinance, and we're just entertaining the motion to amend.
Oh.
So does anyone have anything, oh, and I just lost my page. Does anyone have anything that they're wanting to speak on this particular amendment? Okay, so Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will speak just to the amendment right now. I have other thoughts on the
Yeah.
broader ordinance. On this amendment, I appreciate Councilmember Marsing's suggestion here and proposal. It seems to me like a reasonable safeguard to make sure that it's clear. I think really the crux of this text, if I'm reading it, it's less about the specific ways to verify and more that LPC does the verification and we don't just accept the applicant's face value capacity figure. That to me seems like the crux of this. And I guess Councilmember Marsing, I'd ask, like, from a simplicity sake, if like all of the different ways to verify that are exhaustive, or if they are including but not limited to, in terms of the different, or exclusive. Are these the exclusive ways to verify this? If not, perhaps there's a simpler way to just say this, that the LPC will verify I lost the text in front of me. That the city shall rely on information submitted by the applicant as verified by Longmont Power and Communication or its designee. I don't really care if we pass it with those other clauses, but I would want to know if you meant for those I think it's 5 ways to prove or verify this for it to be exclusive or for it to be inclusive but not limited to.
Okay, go ahead. So, and then Councilmember Popkin, are you done before I turn off your turn?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll let Councilmember Marsing respond.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Popkin. Yeah, you've got the legislative intent correct. The goal is to trust but verify. The goal is include but not limited to. That's why I use the including language. If, those are ways that it can be included. I think LPC or its designee to trust but verify would be the legislative intent there on that piece. To speak to that, I did, Mayor, if it's okay, in my time, have just a couple of thoughts, and actually a question for Daryl, because I kind of tested these, but I hadn't had the chance to really connect. And Councilmember Christ has some good questions. So typically, yes, you use the word typically in terms of how these big user conversations go. It's typical that it goes that way, which would make sense from a business perspective. If I want to be a good partner with a city or a power utility that I'm about to have a big impact on, I would want to approach them. But is that required by code, as far as you know? Are those conversations required by code, as far as you know? Any idea? It's more the norm than the code.
Well, I think it would just make good business sense, because if they start making decisions and spending a bunch of money and then ultimately it can't be done, they're kind of left holding the bag.
Yeah, thank you for that. Because I looked, I didn't find it necessarily. I could have missed it completely. And then the only other piece to Councilmember Christ's point, when we're talking about, and I'm new to all this, right? But when we're talking about electric code, we're typically talking about Title 16, correct? Which is buildings and construction, typically. And this amends Title 14. Okay, either way, here we're talking about land use, right? We're talking about the land use table and prohibited land use. And how we enforce prohibited land use, I think, is a clearer distinction between how we deal with electrical utility or construction or those sorts of things. So it's a different part of the code that we'd be adding this clarifying piece to, just to make sure that we're safeguarding ourselves, so that we're in code saying we must verify what you're doing. So that's the only point I would make. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote on this amendment, and then we'll entertain others. I think that's, yeah. No, it just says waiting, and then I have a blue screen over here. Oh, so that carries, 5-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition and Councilmember Prieto absent. So let's go ahead and go on to the second amendment.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I sent this language along to Crystal as well, and I will speak to the amendment after I move it. I move to amend ordinance O-2026-34 by adding the following language in section 2 as well. No expansion, modification, additional phase, or additional utility service approval shall be approved if such action would cause a data center campus, or aggregated coordinated data center operation to meet or exceed 100 megawatts of projected peak electrical demand. And I would entertain a second for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so that motion has been made by Councilmember Marcy to amend, and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
And this, I appreciate Councilmember Kalkofer asking the question, because this speaks to exactly what his concern is, which is the creep of a data center project, where if the initial application were to be for that under that hyperscale size, but would eventually piecemeal its way towards a larger data center operation, the goal here is that we would say that would not be approved or allowed under our land use code. So makes it clear that a project can't start below 100 and expand past that limit. So.
Okay, great. Do we have any? Okay, so seeing no one in the queue. Oh,
Mayor.
oh, there you are. Sorry, I just have one screen, so I have to flip it to the other. And you popped up to the top of my screen. There you are. Councilmember Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm having the same problem juggling between screens, so completely understand. So I did have, and let me bring up now, Mr. Hahn and I also exchanged information about, there's physical limitations of the substations. So a lot of these substations at this time would not have the capacity to serve a large load. So it's kind of hard to get around that, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And there's actually a physical limitation at this point. And my concern is, at some point, there may not be a physical limitation because we are building electrical infrastructure. So I don't know if we have to necessarily count this out, but I do think we have to be cautious going into it. And right now, our physical limitations are keeping us from doing anything at 100 megawatts. So I again feel like this is a problem that doesn't need to be solved at this time. I know other cities are having this situation, but those cities don't own their power company, is part of the difference with Longmont. And I think that's one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of that action here, because we do already have the bumper and guardrails in place to handle large users. So I'm not particularly in favor of this amendment either. I guess I would like a little more study and conversation about these topics before we limit ourselves in what could be possible in our city.
Okay, great. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to respond to some of what Councilmember Chris said. So what concerns me, and I appreciate this amendment, what concerns me is when we start to look at replacing our infrastructure when it comes time to refresh things, and I'm in supply chain, so I do this all the time. When we're looking at redoing something, we look at the current load and say, hey, we're already at 80% capacity for something. So when we go to redo something, we might then increase it by 150% for future growth. And what concerns me without having this amendment in there is once we start to upgrade our equipment, we could potentially have a risk of that happening without us knowing about it. So I would like us to have that in place now. And if that were to come up later, the business is always welcome to come to council and say, hey, our business has changed, but I like having that guardrail because when we start doing infrastructure upgrades, we will see that we're hitting a capacity limit, and we will want to increase it to have a buffer for other development in the area.
Okay, thank you. So now, seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. Okay, and that motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition and Councilmember Prieto absent. So now Councilmember Popkin, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one more amendment to bring, but before I bring that, I want to share a couple of our comments on the ordinance as to where it is, because I think that's where we are now. There are no other amendments on the floor at this time. So I think we've had I appreciate the conversation we've had to date, and just today, frankly, as well, because a lot of communities are facing this reactively, and they're seeing projects be built in their communities proposed, accepted, and they may not have the utilities that we have and some of the additional control, but some of the data centers and the companies and the operators are bringing their own power plants. They're building them independently of the power system. And, that is a reality. That's not a possibility. That is a reality that is happening to communities from Northern Virginia to Tennessee to Utah. And I think this is something that we have to guard against. We're entering uncharted territory, and I would rather have something on the books that we can amend and refine as technology evolves, as our system evolves, rather than find ourselves in a situation where something just drops in our lap and we actually don't have a systemic control because it's outside of the usual process. And I think that's part of the intent of this. It's getting ahead of a very evolving and very rapidly evolving conversation with billions and billions of dollars at stake that are well beyond the city's normal, modus operandi. And so that's the overall intent of the hyperscale piece of this. And frankly, 100 megawatts is on the smaller side of the hyperscale facilities that are popping up in communities and ravaging them. And you are seeing city councils and communities get dominated by angry residents, frustrated community, understandably exasperated folks where their resources are being diverted, not from their original plans, but actually towards these singular facilities that weren't actually originally envisioned in their comp plan or in their field of vision. Thank you. So I'm not going to need all that time. So that's what I first wanted to highlight here as to why I think this is important. Yes, it's refining our own system, but it's also making sure that something doesn't happen against our wishes outside of our system that has worked to date. But systems break, and this is a way, and we're seeing systems break across the country right now. And so I think that's really critical here. Whether or not there'll be a limitation, whether we want to do that as needs and the power industry evolves and technology evolves, we can tweak this. Ordinances get amended from time to time. We've done this already as a body. And so if in 3 years this body feels, hey, you know what? Technology is at a point where the water is not an issue and we have more power, we can revisit that. And so, that's the system that we're working in the system we have today with the knowledge we have today. And that's why I think it's really important we get ahead of this. I do have a question for Daryl as well before I throw in my amendment.
Okay.
Is he still at the podium?
Yes, he is.
Thanks, Daryl.
Go ahead and state your question.
Daryl, what would happen if a large operator, data center or anyone else, just said, hey, we're going to bring our own natural gas power plant, and we're going to build that alongside a use. We're not going to connect into your grid. What would happen in that case? Does LPC have a threshold here? How would LPC manage this? I know there's a land use implication, but if it doesn't actually interact with our utilities, what happens?
Well, I think, any number of things are running through my mind. I think, the first and probably biggest roadblock they would run into would be air quality. That's something that's managed through the state. And so, they would have to go through the process similar to the one that Platte River went through, the 1041 process or something similar akin to that. I think you'd also have noise ordinances like you'd kind of referenced earlier. From an electric perspective, there are requirements, I believe, in municipal code, and Eugene, you can probably speak to this, having to do with LPC being sort of the sole provider of electric service here in the city. So I don't know that it's ever been tested in the way that you're proposing here, but it would certainly be something that we would look at pretty closely.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks, Daryl. what I have seen, what I'm reading about, the articles that I'm seeing from other communities is that these systems are being tested, and you have companies that are setting up their own power stations and asking for forgiveness after they're built. They're asking for permits after they're operating, or they're finding loopholes in the permitting process, like in Tennessee, and saying, hey, if we build it just for 364 days, not 365, we can call it a temporary generator. So I want to make sure that we set up these guardrails now. Thank you, Mayor. And we can manage with that in mind. So at this point, I want to propose one additional amendment, and that is because I've heard feedback that 100 megawatts might be too large of a threshold from the community. And so I wanted to propose an amendment that actually moderates this slightly and gives us some flexibility, but also sets those upper bounds. And so that language is, I'd like to make a motion to amend the ordinance to revise the definition of hyperscale facilities to be a data center that has a projected peak electric demand of no greater than 5% of Platte River Power Authority's nameplate capacity, or 100 megawatts, whichever is lower, whether at initial operation or through phased load expansion.
Do we have a second? Okay, Councilmember Culcoffer has seconded that. And now you can go ahead and, does anyone have any questions on this language?
Mayor, can I just elaborate briefly?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So the main change is it adds this 5% threshold as well. And basically, we look at the broader system that we're a part of. LPC is one part of this, but we're the distribution utility of Platte River Power Authority, which is the supply side utility. And so effectively, we look at, this is defining hyperscale a little bit more at Longmont scale. And what it's saying is 5% of current nameplate capacity is about 69.5 megawatts or 70 megawatts. Now, we have plans to build more power. We're not going to just maintain that. And to Councilmember Chris' point before, we do plan to expand our power system, and that threshold can grow. And basically what it sets is a floor at 5%, which is currently today would be about 70 megawatts, or up to 100 megawatts as we add more power into our system. So that 100 megawatts still becomes the eventual floor as we expand our system. But right now, as we're still figuring this out, it constrains it a little bit more and ties it to the overall nameplate capacity of PRPA, which is about 1,396 megawatts. Daryl can correct me if I'm wrong. So that's the intent of this slightly narrower definition, and to link it to our overall system threshold. So I will pause there and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so Councilmember Popkin, so I was trying to see if anybody else had a question so you can answer it at your time, because this is your second time. With the initial making the motion, and then, if I'm correct, making the motion and then speaking the second time, because I just reset your time as the second speaking time. Councilmember Christ, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. So let me see if I understand you, Councilor Popkin. Are you saying that you would like to lower the threshold to 69.5 megawatts at this time?
So is that a nod, yes or no?
Very quick, it's setting a percentage-based ultimate lower threshold of 5% of PRPs. So the effective limit would be 69.5 right now, or 70 megawatts, but it would increase as if PRPA builds a solar farm tomorrow and adds 200 megawatts into the system, that percentage increases because it's proportional to the overall nameplate capacity. So it keeps the 100 megawatt as the ultimate threshold, but allows that percentage to build up.
Okay. My initial question was similar to yours, in that I wondered if it was possible for someone to come to Longmont and build another power plant. I don't know that that is possible because of our contracts with PRPA and, the other communities. I think we're committed to sticking together in that regard. So I guess my other question would be, and maybe you can answer this or someone else can, why would you like it to be less than 100 megawatts? As you mentioned that 100 might be too high, but I'm wondering why you think that's too high at this point.
So Councilmember Popkin, I'll let you respond to that.
Yep, two great questions there. The first is, hyperscale facilities are being defined by different entities in different ways. There's no like Webster's dictionary definition exactly, and we're kind of looking across sources right now. 100 megawatts seems to be a pretty common one. But that said, Longmont and PRPA operate in a slightly different, we operate in our own environment. And the feedback I've heard from community members so far is that 100 feels a little high. And so I'd rather have us ease into that if we're going to get to the 100 megawatt level, which we may not. The other question that you mentioned in terms of the bringing their own power, I think that is accurate if they follow the rules, follow the system, and are selling power to other customers in PRPA service territory. If they're just using it for themselves, I don't think we know what that would fully look like. And Daryl's point on the state permits is valid, but we're seeing operators circumvent state permitting processes as well. And so we're talking about guardrails here right now, and we can loosen guardrails. I'd rather not have to tighten them.
Okay. So again, I guess I have a question for Mr. Hahn about this, in that we had talked about transitioning to where we can collect power from those who actually generate it in their own homes and their own vehicles, on their own rooftops with solar, talking about in multiplex developments where we've put solar. Is this going to ever bank up against this kind of power generation, do you think? Are we limiting ourselves in terms of the power generation we want to do in the public, or the public arena, just outside of PRPA, just in Longmont itself?
Councilmember Christ, I don't anticipate a scenario where somebody's able to come in and put 100 megawatts of behind the meter generation and then try to call that a distributed energy resource or something like that, akin to rooftop solar or an EV.
Mm-hmm.
That's from a scale perspective, that's just very different.
Yeah, and it's unlikely to be created through an electrical generation through those sources, but Councilor Popkin is talking about bringing in natural gas, which could generate that much power, I suppose. But wouldn't we be aware of that as people are getting permits?
Yeah, from a zoning perspective, I don't know that would ever be allowed. But as Councilmember Popkin mentioned, there are scofflaws who could, I guess, do what they wanted, at least for some short period of time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I feel like we're very much in hypothetical territory here, as we have been most of the evening. So I'm not sure what to derive from that, actually. I appreciate your comments, Councilor Popkin, and thank you for answering all these questions, Mr. Hahn.
Sure.
Yeah. It's hard to know what is the right level to set this when we're not in the situation, where we don't have a lot of data to know what we should be setting this level. Is 69 and a half, or should it be 100? 100's a nice, more round number, but you're saying that may be too high, that there would be people that would come up to 99, is what Councilor Popkin is suggesting, I think, and that would be too high. So I'm torn on this amendment. I appreciate the thought that you put behind it, though, so thank you.
Mayor, just as a point of clarification, if you don't mind, very quickly. Megawatts are opaque sometimes,
Yeah.
and I meant to share this after I introduced the amendment, but I just wanted to note specifically, according to the state Colorado Land Board, just from a megawatt to household energy consumption, just for people to grasp this a little bit, 100 megawatts, depending on exactly the type of energy and how you define it, is approximately 50,000 homes. 70 megawatts, which would be that kind of bottom floor here, if we went with the 5%, would be approximately 35,000 homes in Colorado. So just to make that megawatt number tangible, I just wanted to offer those kind of relative comparisons.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Sorry, Daryl, keep making you get your steps in.
Don't sit down.
I know.
We're not done with you yet.
Yeah, we're not done. So, industry definitionally, I appreciate Councilmember Popkin's point that the term hyperscale data center is defined differently by lots of different organizations. My understanding is that 100 megawatt number is roughly considered to be the current industry definition of hyperscale. Would that be your understanding roughly as well?
I wouldn't want to try to define it. I mean, because he's right. There are any
Yeah.
number of different definitions. So it's really up to you to decide how you want to define it here.
Gotta love it, you know. Okay, I talk to me a little bit about large users, and I don't necessarily mean our large users, because I know we don't have any large users necessarily approaching 100, no, certainly not 100 megawatts. I am a little concerned the more you start talking about how we classify data centers differently than other large users, that there is somewhat of a slippery slope argument, and I understand the public concern about data centers. I share it. That's why I tried to strengthen the ordinance as best as I can. I personally am concerned about if another large operator were to want to come to the city of Longmont that does not that is defined differently, aviation or whatever. I don't know. And again, like Councilmember Chris said, we're in the hypothetical now, but hypothetically, could we be dealing with a slippery slope issue where we classify based on wattage data centers differently than we do other large users because of, you know, for whatever reason? Do you understand what I'm asking? Because I'm not sure I do.
I do, and it sounds a bit like a policy question. I can say from the LPC perspective, 100 megawatts is 100 megawatts, depending on, you know, their load profile and that sort of thing. But an electron is an electron, and so, you know, we're not in the business at LPC of picking winners and losers. It's really, did they follow the appropriate steps, and are they doing what they're supposed to do to get to the point where we provide them with electricity?
Thank you. I'll ask Harold, because he put his mic on, if he has anything else, because he tends to be able to translate my thoughts better than I can.
Yeah, I think as I'm listening to the conversation, you know, this is really focused on, it's a land use policy related to data centers. And so this would only limit, as I'm thinking through this and then listening to everything, data centers based on the land use component. I think there is a question of then what is a data center? And it starts becoming a little bit more nebulous as you think about where quantum is starting to fit in, because quantum may not necessarily be a data center. It may be an operation that utilizes other data centers as it's processing whatever it is it's working on. And so that's a question. In terms of the broader economic development conversation, you could theoretically have large users that are not a data center, but it could be a biologics company that uses a lot of electricity in producing whatever product that they're generating. And so the policy you're adopting today does distinguish that this is a data center, it's not a biologic manufacturing company or something like that. But to Daryl's point, that's where this is ultimately a policy conversation, because you're saying data centers, but they don't distinguish between a 100 megawatt user that's building cars or building pharmaceuticals versus a data center when we're looking at these large load components.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I guess from, you know, I'm looking at the practitioner, so you all, from your point of view, adding this this language in, does it I guess does it create more confusion, more barriers, more, and yeah, I'm just trying to kind of grapple around.
I'm happy
looking at the capacity.
Yeah, I'm happy
piece.
to live within the confines or the sort of the boundaries that council establishes. I mean, like I say, at the end of the day, we don't really have strong feelings one way or the other about a load coming in, and we'll work with them regardless.
Okay. No, I guess, you know, I just want to be cognizant that policy that we're passing doesn't create more just, you know, conflicting. So looking at other parts of our ordinances or our code that might contradict, or, you know, just trying to create a smooth system that doesn't create chaos. And
Yeah, I think to my answer,
Just my point.
To my answer to Councilmember Marcin's question, I think if this was embedded in the electric code, we would probably have a lot more concerns just on the other piece.
And this one would only reference just, it's
This
just
is a land use
yes.
decision that's only on data centers. Now, to say that there's not going to be details we're going to have to go through, yes, because I think the world is changing. And what's the definition, what qualifies, I do see a point where we're going to have to put him to work on
Okay.
analyzing it. But I think that's the distinction here, is it's in the land use code, which is different, which does start setting some of those
Okay.
separations.
Okay, great, thank you. So seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition and Councilmember Prieto absent. So now now we need to go back to the main, no, actually, yeah, to move the consent agenda item with amendments. Do I have a? Okay, so the motion to approve consent agenda item 2026-34 with amendments has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Seconded, I'll second it. Seconded by me. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition and Councilmember Prieto absent. Very good. Now we're on to general business item, 2026 budget and public safety challenges. And we have Teresa Malloy, Assistant Chief Financial Officer, Zach Gardis, Public Safety Chief. Did we need a break? Oh yeah, you know what? As you all get set up, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
evening is Public Safety Chief Artis and quite a few members of the Public Safety team as well. So I'm just going to kick it off with just a few slides, and then I will turn it over to the chief. And most of the presentation will be on the public safety challenges and staffing issues that they are encountering. So what I wanted to basically start with this evening is, well, one, to let you know that we are still very early in our 2027 budget process. Our departments are in the process of preparing their budget request as we speak right now this month, and those are due at the end of the month. So we really, the intent tonight is not to spend any time really on what the 27 budget will look like. What I wanted to do was more along the lines of laying some groundwork in terms of some trends that we're seeing that will impact our revenue generation as we go into 2027. and it impacted our revenue generation in 25 and 26 as well. And then I want to touch on the challenges that we had in balancing the public safety fund for the last 2 years. Just really briefly go over that with you, and then turn it over to the chief. So before we get into those trends I was mentioning, wanted to let you all know how we are projecting that we will end our 2025 fiscal year in the general fund as far as fund balances go. So all throughout last year, as we were seeing how our sales and use tax revenue was coming in 25, definitely below our budget, we had shared with you that we believe that we would potentially need up to $2 million of the stabilization reserve to help offset the fact that our sales and use tax was coming in below budget. So that was a pretty early projection. As we progressed through the year, that number came down. Our sales and use tax actually did better than we were projecting, still well below budget, but it was positive. We ended the year at a 4% increase over the prior year. So at least it was a slight increase. And in total, that was a $3.8 million deficit from our total $110 million sales and use tax projection. So that's split across all the 5 funds. The general fund shortfall was about 1.5 million, and the public safety fund shortfall was about 600,000. So this is our fund balance, and 2025 is still subject to change. I think these numbers are fairly close. I don't expect them to change, but our auditors are still working through the process. So with that caveat, they are subject to change. And as you all know, we have multiple levels of fund balance in our general fund. Off the top, we need to meet that Tabor reserve. That is an 8% reserve that essentially we can't use, because if we do have to tap into it in an declared emergency situation, we have to essentially refund it, fill that hole by the end of the year. So that $7 million is pretty much untouchable. And then we've got another emergency reserve of 8% that we can use. It has to be a declared emergency. Council has to, of course, say, yes, we are going to use it. And then beyond that, we have the stabilization reserve. And this is the one that I had been talking to you all about, that we felt like we would need to tap into to bridge that sales and use tax shortfall gap. And as I mentioned...
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to put off my mic.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we felt like it would be as much as $2 million. What we ended up really using is $1 million. So we did much better than we thought we would. And that really does, we will have to continue to build up the stabilization reserve as we go forward. But that was the intent of that stabilization reserve, was to help us ride out those bumps in the economy. And so that is what we are proposing, is that we use $1 million.
Yeah, I want to jump in and for some context to this as well. It was, yet we were balancing the revenue piece from sales and use tax. But we also had to take some actions to also ensure that we were saving money in the process as an organization, because what we would have potentially needed out of the stabilization reserve, if we would have actually spent what we were allowed to from an expense side on a budget, would have changed. So one of the things that we instituted during the year was a tactical hiring freeze. What I mean by that was, it wasn't a holistic hiring freeze where we just held everything. We were pretty tactical in terms of what positions we would hold. And so things like public safety positions weren't caught in that, but other positions were. So we started reducing expenses through that tactical hiring freeze. And then we also really spent some time with departments saying, I need you to throttle what you're spending your money on during this year. So there was a piece of this that was saving money, not hiring positions during that cycle, as well as we were still below our budgeted revenue. Now it gets into, how does it touch the next budget year? So we really have two components of the budget when we go into it. Those that have been on council are familiar with this. We have one that we talk about in terms of ongoing funding, and another piece that we talk about as one-time funding. And we could have said, we don't need to draw down on the stabilization reserve. The problem would have been that it would have created another challenge for us coming into the 27 budget year, because it would have reduced the amount of money that we have in one-time funding. And so if you remember in the budgets, that's a lot of times where we have vehicles that may have increased in expense and other things where we use the one-time funding. So in order to not continue the challenges into the 27 budget, we really need to draw down on the stabilization reserve by $1 million to ensure that we can manage the one-time expenses that we're anticipating coming forward in this budget process.
So next I wanted to talk about just a couple revenue projections that really have an impact on our ability to fund those ongoing expenses that Harold was talking about. And that's the property tax in the general fund, and of course our sales and use tax, which is split across those 5 funds. So this chart basically is showing, the blue line is our budget, and the kind of orange bars then are the actuals. And what you can really see, there's a couple things here I wanted to point out. What you can really see is the county assessor's assessment cycle. So they reassess every 2 years. And that is the flat part of the chart. And then in that assessment year is when we will see those increases. And as we get later, so it's pretty consistent in, those years 2014 up through 2023-ish, and then in 24 was when we saw the really large increase in assessments. And coupled that with the actions that the state was taking to curb that revenue growth and the assessments. And so you see that really large jump, and then it flattens out. So because of the actions that the state has taken, the multiple actions that the state has taken, I think those years of fairly decent revenue growth from property tax are really behind us at this point, because the state what they have done, what they have put in place has really ratcheted down that growth capacity. So that's the first thing I wanted to point out. And the second thing is our sales and use tax. So as you all know, this is so dependent on economic conditions at the state level, at the federal level, at the local level. And that is and has been very apparent to us in this past couple of budget cycles. So in 2025, we, as I just mentioned, we did not meet our budget projection. For 26, our budgeted growth in sales and use tax over 25 was very, very modest. It was less than 0.5%. So very flat revenues here for the for those couple years. Again, don't know really what the projection will look like in total for 27, but what I can tell you, so these are the March numbers, and Council, you haven't seen these yet. I have not had an opportunity to get that email out to you. But these are our March numbers, and we are seeing some healthy growth in sales and use tax. The challenge is we don't know if this is sustainable due to economic, conditions that are occurring right now.
Well, I think the other piece to this is when you look at previous budget years, we would tend to estimate about 3% growth in these categories. And so if you took that concept and you look at 5.5% this year, but we're flat to last year, if we would have taken traditional approaches to it, you would have expected a 6% increase. So when you look at the growth based on the fact that sales and use tax is flat over 2 years, that's a number that we're watching pretty close, because compared to the previous budget years, it's not moving at the same pace that it had moved. And so that's something that we're watching. And then what we don't know is, so Teresa's been going over revenue information. The other piece that was behind this, when you look at that period around 24, was that we had significant increases in just inflationary cost and operational cost. So that's when that was part of the period where we were seeing benchmarks move dramatically on us and other pieces. So a lot of that growth was actually used just to stay at market or get as close as we can during that period. But what I did want to point out is when I see 5.5% in this one, I'm also thinking that we're flat over last year. So that's 5.5% over 2-year cycle.
Okay, so now I wanted to touch on the challenges that we had in balancing the public safety fund over the past couple of years, because they have been fairly significant and really limited our ability to fund additional needs in public safety. So starting with 2025, we had some pretty significant ongoing increases, over $2 million. Most of that was pay and benefit related to collective bargaining agreements. So $2 million of ongoing expenses with only $860,000 of revenue increase. And I will point out, this is 25 budgeted revenue. We only came in at a 0.4% growth. We were projecting over, I think it was like 3.2%. So this 861 was based on about a 3.2% sales and use tax growth, which we didn't meet. So we had a $1.2 million deficit going into the budget. To close that gap, we had to eliminate and remove from the budget quite a few positions. They were vacant positions, so no one lost their job over this, but there was a number of positions that we did eliminate in 2025. As well as we took 3 police officer positions out of the public safety fund and moved them to the general fund. And then we had some other minor revenue adjustments that closed that gap. So we did have to make some fairly significant adjustments in this fund to balance it. We also had to make some fairly significant adjustments in 26 to balance the budget as well. So total ongoing expenses were 1.3 million. And we only had 77,000 in revenue increase. So that was that minor increase in sales and use tax that I was mentioning before. But relatively flat projection in sales and use tax. So to close that gap, we took, we did a flop. We took higher step police officer positions out of the public safety fund, moved them to the general fund, and lower step positions and moved them to the public safety fund. So we didn't alter the number of positions funded from each fund. We just flopped higher paid positions for lower paid positions. And then there were some other revenue adjustments that we made, predominantly interest earnings. We are doing very well in interest earnings. And there was some funding from BRETSA that we had budgeted to cover the implementation of moving communication specialist positions and communication supervisors from an open range to a shift pay schedule. And then that's really the end of my presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to the chief.
So, and before you get started, did anyone have any questions for Teresa? Don't go. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Just a very quick one. The 85% growth year over year in use tax, I think for anybody who looked at that chart, who's maybe not as in the weeds, that's a big increase. Can you speak to what is kind of causing that use tax increase year to year? And that might be a Harold question. And then generally how that impacts budget planning, because I'm assuming most of those are one-time dollars.
So that's a great question. Yeah. So use tax is one of the most volatile taxes to project because it is so dependent on what is going on in terms of development throughout the city. Most of our use tax does come from building permit activity. And so what you're seeing right now in that growth is the result of really two things. A very repressed prior year. So the comparison may look a little off for the reason that Harold was talking about, because it really is kind of making up for 2 years. And really good building permit activity right now.
Yeah. So when we look at last year's revenue stream, and those that were on council will remember me saying this, sales tax was limping along. Use tax was what was killing us. And so in reality, when you see that number, I think that's year over year to date. And it was not uncommon for us throughout the year to see us 20% behind in use tax from the previous year. And so one of the things as we continue to move forward in the budget process is I actually want to see how we compared against the year before, because that's really going to tell us what that growth number is looking like in reality.
Our 0.4% increase in sales and use tax that we saw in 25 over 24 was made up of 1.6% in sales. So sales was up 1.6, use tax was down in total by the end of the year 8.7.
And it actually started getting better at the end of the year. So the first half of the year was really bad. And so what you're seeing is this year compared against the same period of the first half of last year, the real work that we're going to be doing over the next few months is actually looking at the year before to see what does it really look like.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. So we're talking about basically development starting to catch pace. So, apartments, et cetera, for all the things, all development generally,
Yeah.
right? Building permits, those pieces. And I understand the volatility of use tax. Certainly, I guess this is more of a budgeting philosophy question for an expert. I happen to know that I think we all do, that there are several more units in the pipeline, theoretically, more development coming. Is it maybe looking out ahead a little bit more of a stable indicator that we could expect growth in use tax than prior years, considering what we know to be, First and Main, et cetera?
So I think we will see some increase in our use tax for some of these projects, but remember, the transit station will be tax exempt because, that is we're building that, right? The other thing I think that is important to keep in mind, we have a financial policy that caps our ongoing use tax, the amount of ongoing revenue, the amount of revenue that we should or can use from an ongoing perspective from building permit activity at about $750,000. And anything over that is one time when we are building our budget. We haven't, in the past couple of years, our projections haven't reached that level, so all of the use tax projections that we have built into our budget in 25 and 26 is ongoing, because we were not projecting that we would meet that. It will remain to be seen if we actually collect more than that.
Yeah, I think to your question,
Sorry, Harold,
Okay.
let me correct that. It's not 750,000, it's 7.5 million. Sorry,
Yeah.
yes, it's a much bigger number.
So I think behind that question there's a few things, and so and I'm becoming more in tune to who's been in the budget process. So what Teresa's referring to is that was a financial policy that was put in place, I believe, after 2008.
Yes.
Because what was learned in 2008 during that collapse was that I think they were utilizing almost all of that number in terms of ongoing revenue, and when it hit, it caused, and this wasn't a Longmont issue, this was every governmental entity suffered through that, was significant gaps in the budget process. So I wasn't here during the conversation, but that was really put in place to be a little bit more stable and not have those dramatic swings in revenue during those economic situations. In terms of context for the conversation that we're going to get into, I think it's also important for the council. So when I got here in 2012, one of the things that was in the budget message was that coming out of 2008, every city took different approaches in managing the budget. In this case, I think the council's decision at that time was to minimize the cuts that were being made, and so they actually put that into one-time funding. So that's when we entered into the budget reset question. And you're going to start seeing this follow through. In that budget recess process, I think it was in the neighborhood of $4 million that as new revenue was coming into the system, we were actually taking that new revenue and putting it into things that we were already doing so that we could actually fund all ongoing expenses with ongoing funding. So what that really started creating was a situation where you couldn't use that growth in terms of looking at how you can expand operations. You were using it just to fund operations that we were already doing. Now, that being said, what's behind this is that most cases in the organization, the only place that you really saw growth in staffing was actually primarily in the enterprise funds. And I think our biggest growth in staffing numbers was actually due to them creating Nextlight. For the most part, general fund staffing level has remained consistently flat across all operating departments. I say that to give you some history in terms of what's happened over time. The other thing that we're starting to see, and you all are actually starting to see this as well in the utility rates, is that city budgets are fundamentally, governmental budgets are fundamentally built on growth. And what we're starting to see, and we're not the only city seeing this, is that we're not seeing organic growth occur at the same level that it has historically in most jurisdictions. So there's natural growth that you get from retail, housing, commercial, and those types of issues. Well, that's not occurring at the pace that it used to. And so what we're starting to see is really, as you look out 5 or 10 years from now, there are some financial headwinds in terms of what is that organic growth going to look like. The city that I use as a comparison is when you look at Boulder and you compare it to us, they have inflationary growth in the appraisal values, but in terms of new things coming into the community that's generating additional revenue, they don't have as much just because they're capped in what they can do. So that's something that I'm starting to pay a lot of attention to, because it's not a right now, but it is something that's in the short-term horizon and in terms of how we're looking at these issues. But I wanted to give some context.
Yeah, I saw that. So Councilmember Christ, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Teresa, if I could ask a few questions, just clarifying questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Struggling with my equipment here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you're okay.
So, Teresa, how did we reach our cap for use tax in 2025?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Did we reach our, hold on, let me turn on my, okay, did we reach our use tax cap in 2025?
No. No,
Okay.
for use tax, no. Use tax was down 8.7%. I don't remember off the top of my head what the projection for just use tax was for the 25 budget. It was about 3.2% in total, though, sales and use.
And how are we looking for 2026? Are we ahead of what we were?
Yeah, and so that goes back to that slide. Let me go back to the podium.
Number 5 or number 6? I think I wrote it down here.
Okay. Sorry, we've already switched the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, Dallas is coming back, and then I can go back to that slide and show you. Use tax through March is coming in really, really well.
Okay, good. So are we going to cap out this year in 2026, do you think? Or not, we're not coming along that well?
Well, our projection for sales and use combined for 26 is just a slight increase of 0.4%. We did build in a slight increase in sales tax and a decrease in use tax
Okay.
for an overall 0.4% increase.
Use tax isn't just for building development, it's also for, building business, buying equipment and expanding business.
Yeah, so
yeah.
this total use tax, you're right, is greater than building development, although that does make up a very large portion of it. We also get use tax from the county for vehicle registrations, and we get use tax from primary employers.
Great. I had asked you a question about unrealized revenue, and I'm not sure where I got that word. I think I heard somebody use it, maybe a staff person. But what I'm talking about is revenue that we would have received, but we, waived permitting, or we waived, maybe water payments, what have you. It's money that we could have had that we decide not to take for one reason or another. And do you ever keep records as to what we would be losing in terms of unrealized revenue?
I'm not following her question.
I can't see either of your faces.
Yeah, I know. So I
Talking or
think
what?
I think it's dependent on what we're talking about. So if the question is in terms of an economic development project, yes, we actually do have what the value of that is in there. If you're talking about delinquencies, we have a value there for delinquencies in terms of funding source. So I think it's really, what are we looking at in terms of what's the definition of unrealized revenue that we're trying to look for? That's part of the question.
Yeah, because we do have some businesses that are in arrears on their sales tax, and we work with them.
Correct.
And so, just a quick tutorial about sales tax would be helpful too, in terms of what we tax and what we don't, because we are unusual in that we tax groceries in Longmont. But it's important to know that services are not taxed as much as product sales. And so maybe you could just also give us a rundown of how our sales tax is allocated. So those two items, please.
So are you talking about like uncollected sales and use tax at this point?
No, I've moved on from that. I'm talking about, if we could talk about sales tax, what is taxed? I think the idea is if we have a lot of restaurants, we would have a lot of sales tax, but that is not, we do not receive as much sales tax from that type of service industry as we would from product sales.
Okay.
And also, but what is unusual for Longmont is we do tax groceries, which is not always the case in a municipality. So if we could just touch on those points as to how our particular sales tax works. And then if you could just give me again the allocation of where our sales tax goes, to which fund.
So the first piece is when you just look at sales and use tax generally, there is 2% sales tax that goes to the general fund that is unrestricted. And that's our general sales tax rate in terms of there's no restrictions on the use of it. We then have the public safety fund, the open space fund, and the transportation fund that receives sales and use tax, and that is restricted to the purpose as approved by the voters. And I can't remember those percentages off the top of my head.
And so what is on this slide, the kind of right-hand side of this slide, is the percentage of the 2026 budget that went into each of the funds. It's derived by the rates that Harold was just talking about, but I think this is kind of a better picture that shows you of that $110 million budget, 48% of that goes to the general fund, 16.43% goes to the public safety fund.
Okay, so we could derive it from those percentages. All righty, so I'm also concerned about our business mix because, as I say, some concerns don't raise as much sales tax as other concerns because if they're not selling product, we don't get as much sales tax from that. Do we have any idea what our mix is of business concerns in town, sales versus product? You know, how many, because I'm sure you're seeing sales tax filings, how many people, and maybe what percentage of the sales tax is not coming in because they're recording sales that are just service industry?
So products, that's a different piece, because if it ships out, they don't pay sales tax on it. And so the manufacturing really falls kind of in that world. I think generally we receive sales tax on restaurants, we receive sales tax on groceries, retail, the use tax on the cars, use tax on equipment that's purchased in vehicles. There's a list. So we can get that information to you.
Okay. All righty. Thanks for all the details.
Thanks. And I guess as we're looking at this, I know she kind of, it was like, okay, are you going off on the business tangent? But I think looking at the system as a whole, the whole scope, and how maybe some dollars could be, that are flexible, that could be used towards areas of need in public safety.
Yeah, and I think the challenge that we have is use tax is volatile because it's really reactive to the, we used to say national economy. It's not. It's reactive to the international economy. And so one of the biggest reasons that we were having a use tax issue last year was actually, it was like a double-headed monster for us, was the tariffs. And so we were seeing, frankly, a lot of our businesses basically just shut down in terms of what they were doing because of the uncertainty with the tariffs. And then in terms of what we were doing, we were absorbing the increased expenses associated with it. What we're concerned about now is we started off the year really well. We've only had 1 month since the conflict in the Middle East started. And so we do know that as fuel prices and other items are escalating in cost because of the connection to the petroleum industry, we're concerned that we may actually see another inflection point to where we start seeing use tax drop on us because it is basically following the international economy.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the most part, we collect tax in 3 ways: sales tax, sales and use tax, property tax, and then sure we get some grants here and there. But what I'm concerned about is our use tax. If it seems like we're very reliant on development, and what's nerve-wracking to me is we're starting to run out of developable land. Am I right to be concerned about that? And the sales and use tax might drop?
Well, that's where I was talking about the organic growth. In terms of, I think that is something that, do I think that it's a problem that is like immediately upon us? No. Is it something that we need to be in tune to? Absolutely, when we look out over the next 5 to 10 year, 15-year horizon. I think when you think about that and you look at it from a land use perspective, the example I use is, I think that's really where you've seen, I guess, the policy direction in terms of more urban-based design and density, because it actually generates more revenue per square foot than traditional suburban development does. In addition, it generates more revenue on a utility side per linear foot, simply because if we take True North that we built and we took the street that I live in, it actually generates more in base fees for water, wastewater, sewer per linear foot of line compared to the street that I live on. So I think it's a mixed bag. It's really, what is that going to look like, and how do you maximize it to make sure that you're generating sufficient revenue? But that is the organic growth piece that we're going to start paying a lot of attention to.
So we're relying on growth, and we're also
Correct.
relying on our businesses doing well.
Correct.
And I will just add that there is a portion of our building use tax that we will continue to receive even after, we see development build out, because we do get use tax on all permits. So remodels, roofing permits, any of those type of permits, we are also receiving use tax on.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one question on this in terms of kind of how we're thinking about projections. I know as we are looking longer term down the road, there's a major regional event that's happening at Sundance Film Festival. I know it's only a 2 to 3 week period, but my understanding is that also is one of the lowest kind of sales economic activity moments of each year, is in that kind of late January, early February. Just curious how, if at all, that's factored into these assumptions going forward. And if we think that that is a particularly meaningful factor for us.
So I think that's what we have to build out over the next month, is actually how do we put that into our revenue projections in what we're looking at.
Okay, so currently, Harold, is it correct for me to understand, currently we're not factoring that in? That would be a nice sweetener if it is fruitful for us, but we're not factoring that in currently.
No, we're just now entering into that process. So what you're seeing is basically the projections that we used in the past and the actual numbers. We're now entering into the budget process where we will start looking at how we make those projections.
Great. Okay, thank you. And to be clear, that shouldn't be considered a panacea here. We shouldn't be banking on that.
No.
But I appreciate the clarity on how we're thinking about it.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and switch presentations.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Zach Artis, Assistant City Manager, Public Safety. I wanted to take a minute and acknowledge the folks to my left here who are at the table tonight to speak if there's questions at the end. I have Chief David Moore of the Police Department, Chief Dan Higgins of the Fire Department, and then Acting Collaborative Services Chief Emily Van Dorn. Staff here tonight, sorry, oops, let me make a slide here. Staff's here tonight to discuss long-term needs of public safety and why staff is asking City Council to consider a dedicated public safety tax increase for the future. The purpose of tonight's discussion is not to simply ask for more funding. It's to explain the gap between our current staffing levels and levels of service needed to meet the community's needs and expectations of public safety. As Longmont continues to grow, the demands on fire, police, emergency communications, emergency management, or Office of Emergency Management, and our support services continue to also increase. At the same time, the work itself has become much more complex. It's more time intensive, more resource dependent. And tonight we want to discuss where we are today and what it will take to continue to provide public safety services into the future. As you can see, Longmont's current public safety staffing sits at 399 employees. As a reminder, the public safety sales tax on this chart was voted on first and enacted in 2009. And then there was an increase voted on by the community in 2017, and that was also approved. And you will see that in around 2017-18, there's a drastic increase in staffing numbers. As you can see right now, the City of Longmont's Department of Public Safety sits at 166 sworn positions, police positions, 100 sworn fire positions, and 133 professional staff positions. I would like to point out two things this evening about our professional staff numbers. First, the increase that you see, or what you see in 2025 is the addition of what we call the Community Enhancement and Compliance Division that came underneath Public Safety around September of 2025. It was the addition of about 40 to 50 additional employees. The second I would like to point out is, well, what is exactly is our professional staff, just to give you some context to that. When you look at our professional staff, that includes code enforcement and the rangers that came over with CECD. That's our lead case managers. That's our core paramedics and clinicians. That's our admin support staff. That's our victim advocates. That's our CSOs, which are also our community service officers, our 911 dispatchers, just to name a few. These numbers represent the people who keep public safety operational each and every day. They respond to emergencies, they investigate the crimes, they staff the fire units, they answer the 911 calls, they support victims of crimes, they manage manage records and technology for public safety, they support people experiencing mental health crises, and they keep operations running 24/7, 365 days of the year for public safety in the City of Longmont. Population growth matters, but the bigger issue the public safety calls are outpacing staffing. As you can see, Longmont has grown from about 86,000 residents in 2009 to right around 104,000 residents in 2025. And the city is projected to continue to grow for the next 10 years or so to a number somewhere between 112,000 to 116,000 residents for Longmont. At this same time, you can see calls for service have also increased. Police now respond to an average of about 100,000 calls a year, and fire calls have increased to over 12,000 each year. And as you know, growth places pressure on response times, our proactive work, investigations, fire operations, our dispatch, and support staff. The fact is that the community is growing, but the workload is growing even faster. For fire services, demand has increased significantly. Emergency calls increased from 4,200 in 2020 to 7,800 in 2024. That's about an average of 83% increase. This happens for several reasons. As the city grows and more development occurs, there are more calls for service. We also have an aging and growing population, which increased demands for medical response. Our fire calls, 65% of all of our fire calls every year are medical calls. Fire also responds to more than just fires. Our firefighters respond to medical emergencies, as we discussed, crashes, rescue calls, hazardous material and condition calls, weather events, wildfire, wildland issues, and other community safety concerns. The staffing impact is significant. More calls place more pressure on existing personnel and our ability to respond. For an example, a cardiac call requires 8 individuals to provide the appropriate care on a 911 call for cardiac. A structure fire within the city limits of Longmont, we're just talking about a house, requires 22 firefighters. And on any typical day, we only have 26 firefighters working citywide, as that is staffing minimums for the city. And while firefighters are tied up on structure fires or medical calls, the other calls for service do not stop for fire. Fire demand is growing. The typical calls are becoming more complex, and current staffing is being stretched. Police are also seeing an increase in higher priority calls. Priority 1 and Priority 2 calls increased from a little over 10,000 in 2020 to 19,500 in 2024. That's about an 83.8% increase. Just to clarify what a Priority 1 and Priority 2 call is, Priority 1 calls are what we consider to be some of the most serious emergencies. They're in imminent life-threatening situations such as shootings, stabbings, armed robberies, domestic violence in progress, and serious injury crashes. A Priority 2 call is also serious, but they usually involve crimes that are in progress or situations where there's significant risk to people or property, such as a burglary in progress, felony assaults, or suspect fleeing from a serious crime. As the community grows, police calls increase. But it's not just about the number of calls that matter. Many of these calls, again, are more complex, higher risk, and take more time to handle. Police are also being asked to respond to more community concerns. This includes mental health crisis issues, quality of life issues, unhoused, traffic issues, and other public safety issues in our community and concerns. This slide brings all these issues together. So from 2009 to 2028, calls for service increased much faster than staffing did. Police calls increased overall by 29%, while police staffing only increased by 18%. Our fire calls increased by 89%, while fire staffing only increased by about 13.5%. Other public safety staffing also increased, but not enough to keep up with demand. And as noted earlier, much of the increase of professional staff came from the addition of CECD over the past year. The workload is growing much faster than staff. That puts more pressure on our employees and affects the level of service that we can continue to provide to the community. Building on the last slide, the issue is not only the calls are growing faster than staffing, it's also that Longmont is already operating lean compared to benchmarks nationally, regionally, and locally. This slide shows where staffing is today and where it should be in 2026. The top section of the slide compares Longmont staffing benchmarks for sworn police and sworn firefighter personnel per 1,000 residents. It looks at 3 levels. It looks at, again, local, Longmont, state, Colorado, and nationally comparisons. So for an example for police, the national comparisons comes from the FBI crime reporting, which looks at law enforcement staffing by region, agency type, and population size. For fire, there's not one national staffing standard or an annual report that works the same way, but instead, the Colorado comparison is based on fire agencies serving communities of similar size and our current firefighter to community ratio 1 to 1,000. These benchmarks don't tell the whole story by themselves, but they do help to show that Longmont is below comparison. The low part of the slide also shows staffing needs across public safety. The key point is that it's not just a police or fire issue. Multiple parts of public safety need more capacity to meet the needs of our community. This next section I'd like to just touch really high level. I know that Ms. Malloy did touch on public safety funding, but I just want to touch briefly on it. And as you're already aware, public safety is funded through both the general fund and the public safety fund, and both are under increasing pressure for funding. This slide shows the general fund and what is funded for public safety. In 2025, the general fund supports 120 sworn police officers, 80 sworn firefighters, and 63 professional staff members for a total of 264.35. The general fund pays for core public safety services, but it also supports many other important city services. And we recognize that as public safety, we are one part of the city's overall budget that must be balanced with community needs and priorities. This slide shows the positions funded through the Public Safety Fund. The Public Safety Fund has been very important in helping Longmont add staff and maintain services across public safety. However, this fund is also, like the general fund, responsible for ongoing costs, salary increases and benefits, operational expenses, equipment, and capital needs. Because of those pressures, the fund no longer has enough capacity to keep expanding to to meet future staffing and resource needs. As council is aware, as Ms. Malloy covered, 6 positions were cut from the Public Safety Fund in 2025 to just under $1 million. And in 2026, as Ms. Malloy covered, 3 positions were moved from Public Safety Fund into the general fund of just under $500,000. Since 2009, the Public Safety Fund has helped us add capacity, but is no longer able to support the level of growing needed for moving forward. This is a general fund and public safety fund side by side. And again, both of them pay for salaries, daily operational needs, and capital needs for public safety. In general, a high-level overview is public safety costs about General fund pays for about $58 million, just over $58 million for public safety fund. That is for public safety. That's broken down to about $48.6 million for salaries, about $8.7 for operations, and about $800,000 for capital. And in the public safety fund, what you see is $20 million, just over $20 million, just under $21 million total. That includes $17 million for salaries, almost $2 million for operations, and just under $500,000 for capital. The most important point to make on this is salary and benefits is what makes up 85% of the public safety budget. Public safety is a people-driven service. When the community needs or more emergency response, it takes and requires people to answer those calls. And as council knows, most of that, again, to staffing is tied to funding. In this next section, I just briefly want to talk about how public safety work has changed. Staffing needs are not only about population growth and more calls to service, they're also about the work itself becoming more complex and time-consuming. Public safety today looks very different than it did 10 or even 15 years ago. Police, fire, our dispatchers, emergency management, and support staff are dealing with much more complex incidents, more paperwork, more legal and policy requirements, more training requirements, new technologies, and higher expectations for transparency and accountability. We don't just need more people because the city has grown. We need enough people to handle the demands of public safety, modern public safety work. The calls take longer, the follow-ups take longer, and the expectations of our employees continue to grow. This slide shows how much public safety work has changed. Today's public safety is dealing with much more. Again, briefly, staffing challenge, recruiting needs, budget pressures, training requirements, new laws, police reform, new technology, cyber concerns, mental health calls, unhoused, quality of life issues, traffic issues, wildfire concerns, emergency preparedness, and again, regional growth. Each of these areas take time, people, training, supervision, policy work, reporting, and accountability. As the work becomes much more complex and ever-changing, the number of people cannot continue to take on more responsibility without it affecting services, our employees, and the community. The City of Longmont and Department of Public Safety are facing pressures both from the inside and outside of the organization. As we talk about internal, the cost of salaries, benefits, equipment, operations, and replacement needs continue to increase. These are the basic cost requirements just to keep public safety running. Externally, the city also faces with limits with sales tax revenue, property tax restriction, and broader economic conditions, both state, regionally, and nationally. And public safety costs continue to rise, but existing revenues are limited. That makes it difficult to meet these needs within the current budgets alone moving forward. But before we came tonight and before we asked for additional revenue, I think it's important to recognize that public safety has already taken steps to make the best use of existing resources. We've used non-commissioned staff where appropriate. We've reviewed our staffing and organizational structure. We've used technology to improve operations, and we've looked at ways to be more efficient. For example, the police department made changes to their training schedule that helped reduce overtime costs substantially. Non-commissioned positions have also helped control the cost because they often don't require the same level of training before taking the job or even during the job, and their salaries are less than those of sworn police and firefighters. The efforts have helped, and will continue to grow, and we'll continue to look for efficiencies. However, efficiencies alone cannot close the gap due to population growth, the complexity of calls, turnover, legal requirements, equipment needed, and community expectations. We have and we will be responsible with the resources we have, but the current and future needs can't be solved through efficiency alone. In this final section, I just want to talk about potential path forward. The question for us is, how do we continue to provide the level of public safety service Longmont expects as the community grows and the service demands increase? This chart shows the gap between our current staffing and where it needed to be by 2026. To meet projected service demands, Longmont in 2026 needed an additional 43 police officers and 30 firefighter positions. That would have brought police staffing from 166 to 209 and fire staffing from 100 to 130. But moving forward, public safety will need a total of 209 police positions, 140 fire positions, and 145 professional staffing positions to meet the projected service demands by 2036. It's not about building beyond what is needed. It's about matching staff to level of service the community expects. And we recognize that moving directly to a 2036 staffing level would create a major financial burden not only for the city but also for the community. This is why this proposal is measured and is a responsible step. It focuses on the most immediate staffing gaps while recognizing future needs will continue to grow. The goal is to stabilize staffing now, improve our ability to meet today's service demands, and begin closing the gap in a realistic and financially responsible way. This slide shows a possible 10-year plan, a phased approach broken down into 2 5-year blocks. The first phase covers 2027 through 2031, and the second phase covers the second half of 5 years, 2032 to 2036. During phase one, we would anticipate adding 55 staff positions with an estimated cost of $11 million in salary and benefits ongoing. There would also be additional one-time startup and equipment costs. Phase two, from 2032 to 2036, we would add additional 40 staffing positions across public safety, with the estimated salary and benefits being $8 million plus one-time cost and setup. Together, these two phases are designed to gradually build the staffing and supports needed to keep up with Longmont's growth and public safety's needs. Oops. In closing, Longmont Public Safety System is under growing pressure. Our community is growing, calls are increasing, the work is more complex, and expectations continue to rise. We've worked to be efficient and make the best use of existing resources, but efficiency alone will not close the gap between what we have today and what the community needs. A phased public safety tax increase would allow the city to add police, fire, and professional support staff over time. It would also help fund the equipment, vehicles, and startup costs needed for these positions effectively. This potential proposal provides a reasonable path forward. It's phased, it's transparent, it's accountable, and focused on maintaining a level of public safety service Longmont expects. As we've gotten to the question point, I'm sure there was quite a few questions, and I'm happy to go back to any slide as we went through that kind of quick that council may have.
Okay, so I'm going to call on Councilmember Kalkofer first because he put his hand on the Zoom and in the in the queue. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. For that 19.7 million that's needed, if you go back, I think one more. Does that also account for the reduction of overtime?
So the 19.714 is the addition of what we have, is what we would need to move forward with staffing, and those are based on the current collective bargaining agreement numbers. Those numbers will change as we are in the collective bargaining process now with both police and fire, so that number actually will go up. When we talk about overtime differences, what we've had to do is the overtime that the police department has stayed has helped cover the overtime in the fire department due to the mandated callbacks and required staffing that they have. And so we've just offset one overtime in police to help offset the overtime in fire.
Can you explain what
budget.
callback means?
Yeah, so we're required to have mandatory minimums. And when individuals are either out, they're sick, they're injured, they're off, what we're required to do is there is a list that exists, and firefighters are called back in to work another day to cover that vacancy to make sure we stay at minimum staffing of 26.
So you're saying it's not voluntary?
Correct.
So you're forcing one of our employees to come back because there's not enough people on staff?
Correct.
So they're, okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Popkin.
So I just want to be,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Mayor.
Go
I just
ahead.
want to, this is all laid out in the collective bargaining agreement. And so again, it's laid out specifically, but yes, there is an on-call list and it rotates and people are called back and are responding to work.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for this sobering but direct walkthrough. I appreciate kind of what you're sharing. A couple questions. You know, when we're talking about staff and staffing levels, you know, I think you were sharing the number of staff who, firefighters, police officers who respond to different types of calls. I think you mentioned for certain calls, like fire department responds to a single medical call. I think it was 8 firefighters per one kind of medical call. Am I recalling that correctly? And if so, can you just elaborate kind of why, from my understanding and for the public's understanding,
Yes, sir.
why there's so many for a single incident?
Sure, absolutely. And I'm going to turn over to Chief Dan Higgins of the Fire Department to talk a little bit specifically about that.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilman Popkin, thank you. What we have is priority-based dispatching. So what Chief Artis was talking about in that particular instance was cardiac arrest calls. So we would have 8, potentially 9 respond to a cardiac arrest call due to the nature of the incident and the workload to obviously try to save that life that they responded on. But with that, we have different tiers with that priority-based dispatching based on our dispatchers do EMD, it's called, emergency medical dispatching. So they do, there's a series of questions for medical calls. So it could be as simple as one ambulance going non-emergent for a really basic call, an engine and an ambulance going if it's a little more serious. And so it just graduates as the call type gets more acute and serious. So it's graduated depending on the type of call, if that helps.
It does. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. When we think more broadly in terms of community levels, I recognize and appreciate that Longmont's probably leaner than most peer cities of our size in Colorado. Can you speak to the calls for service rates at all across other comparable communities in Colorado? And yeah, let me just ask on that.
Sorry, for clarification, were you talking public safety across the board or just fire?
It could be ideally both. What I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to understand from this is, you know, are we seeing particularly unique rise in calls for service in Longmont, which would beg other questions? Or is this kind of a standard trend that is applying to other comparable cities of our size, population, demographics across the state?
So I think the short answer, and I can certainly have Chief Moore and Chief Higgins speak on this. I think what we are traditionally seeing, again, is normal. As growth comes, calls come. And again, everything from a lost dog to a homicide. So when you talk about police, and as Chief Higgins said, everything from I have a headache to I'm in the middle of cardiac arrest. So again, I think what you're seeing is as growth comes, we see calls. City of Boulder has seen that. Boulder County sees that. I mean, communities across the country see that as growth comes. I wouldn't say that when we look holistically at our calls for service, they're any different than what we find communities our size that we would find anywhere else.
Thank you, Chief. Well, could you also elaborate? I think you spoke to the complexity of some of the calls a little bit, but could you speak a little bit more to why are certain calls taking longer or requiring longer follow-up? You had a slide on that, and if you could maybe bring that up, that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Chief Moore to talk a little bit about that. I think would be very helpful for him to talk about maybe a potential case or what that looks like for an investigation that he does, and maybe we'll explain some of the complexity, but I'll bring that other slide back up for you.
Great, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilmember Popkin. Let me get to the slide. We put some supplemental slides here at the end, so I have to find the one I want to speak to first. So this is in reference to what policing was back in 2008 versus the increased workload in 2025. In short, and the other slide addresses this, we are seeing 3 to 4 times as much time spent on calls for service. A traffic stop that used to take 10 minutes could take 45 minutes now because of all the additional legislative mandates, and the other things we have to deal with in terms of reporting federally and statewide. Now, a domestic violence, which is a pretty common call for us, would have taken an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Now will take 7 to 8 hours to get through all of that. This comes with the mandates of body cameras, the reporting the state has put on us, the review process for use of force incidents. All of those take extra time to assure we're doing all the steps we need to take to meet those legislative requirements. On top of that, the district attorney's office and expectations from, if you will, juries, they have a much higher expectation of what we present during trial. So that means a lot more trial preparation. It means labeling of evidence, producing discoverable items to a fault. As it is now, we have to present absolutely everything that relates to a call, which has a tremendous impact not only on officers, but on our professional staff that have to do the back end work to transfer that information over to the DA's office. We have to label every piece of evidence that we collect. In 2025, we collected over 240,000 pieces of digital evidence, all of which have to be touched by an officer and the title or labeling of that evidence corrected to meet the call that they were on. So they don't automatically label themselves. We have to go in and touch every piece of evidence. And then our records department, when they're turning over that evidence, has to go in and verify all of that and assure they get all that evidence. So there's a tremendous amount of additional time that is put into each call. We do have an example of a domestic, a kind of medium level domestic response in terms of time commitment. You'll see the gray is the number from 2008, the time commitment it took, and the orange is the current time commitment that we estimate. The ones without the gray on them were not requirements or were not things we did back in 2008, so those are new requirements. You'll see at the bottom there, the left side is kind of our patrol responsibilities, where the right side is more an investigative piece, which all of our domestic violence cases are reviewed by in our detective division and our domestic violence unit. So you can see how much more time is put into each of those calls as opposed to 17 years ago. And you can see from the numbers, it's a 3 to 4 time increase for that call. So if you would like specifics on that, we can break that down as well.
And I think in addition to that, and I'm not going to talk about the merits of it, but just legislation generally at times will create the need to create other positions in order to operationalize those requirements. And so where you may have had capacity to add some positions in the general budgeting process, you have a mandate that then comes in that says, well, you need to add these types of positions. So then you're having to fill those in order to meet the requirements that are being placed on us. So it's really a double-edged sword that we're seeing. It's, yes, it's taking them more time, and we're having to add, we're adding other positions to comply with different mandates.
And I can give a specific example of that is legislatively driven. We have 2 positions in our department that had to be created, digital evidence techs that have to redact every body camera footage before it is released for things like core requests. So they have to touch every piece of evidence that goes out the door as well. So we had to create 2 full-time positions just to meet that legislative mandate.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Harold. We all have compliance aspects of a lot of our jobs, but I think this is really topping the charts here. And I appreciate how clearly you're breaking down the different components of this. I'll take this offline with y'all, but I'd love to know if there are elements that we have or haven't discussed with our state representatives too, to the extent that there's opportunity to refine some of those legislation that I think, while well intended, maybe have these kinds of unintentional consequences too. Did I hear you correctly when you said this kind of an example domestic violence case used to take an hour and a half, and now it's like 8 to 9 hours?
Yes, that's correct. It depends on the level of investigation. Obviously, it's like any public safety call. We took kind of the middle of the road domestic, not to hyperinflate what that would demonstrate. So this is kind of your serious but not top of the line full investigation on a domestic, like a homicide or attempted homicide. This would be a serious assault type domestic violence where harm was done. So we tried to hit the middle of the road.
So it's really, yes, one factor in the potential need for increasing, for closing a budget gap here and increasing staff. One aspect of this is the number of cases increasing. But what I'm seeing here is almost a disproportionate increase in the complexity and amount of time per case that's really resulting. Is that fair across the different types of crimes or incidents that involve response?
That's correct. As I kind of mentioned, the traffic stop that used to take 10 minutes could take 30 or 45 minutes because of all the additional requirements. So it's still a 3 to 4 time increase in workload. So we're losing that percentage of staffing for each of these calls. Now, that's much more complex as you get into higher level crimes, because the time commitment to solve those is much greater. But it's still probably going to be about a 3 to 4 time increase in time, regardless of the type of call.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for the detailed and thorough answer, and more importantly, thank you for all of your patience that comes with the compliance and the responsiveness to these different and more complex cases. My last question is more on fire, so thank you, Chief Moore. I appreciate it. My last question, Chief Higgins and Chief Artis, is regarding the 2032 to 2036 plan that you mapped out there. I think it was the last slide. And one of the specific elements of that was regarding Fire Station 7, which, to my knowledge, would be the next new fire station built. Is that correct?
Yes, we currently have 6, so that would be the next additional one.
Gotcha. And part of my understanding, but I'd appreciate if you could share more to this, is that it's not just Longmont's growth, but it's where we've grown. In particular, kind of the growth out in, I'll own this in my word, it sounds like in Southwest Longmont, particularly further and deeper into Southwest Longmont, is probably the biggest service gap area. Is that also accurate?
Yes, not strictly where the population has grown, but it's also mainly about response times and where our current stations are located and how to address the needs in that area. But you are correct, Southwest Longmont.
Right. And so response time to number of people, but also in terms of stretching the distance of where firefighters and officers have to respond. Is that correct?
Correct. And then it also has to do with concurrent calls or overlapping calls. So for that area, typically that would be our Fire Station 5. We have one engine at that station staffed with 3 people. If they get called out, then the next station closest would be Station 6, but if they're on a call, which happens quite a bit, then now we're talking Station 2 or Station 1 coming from almost central. So that's part of that response time issue as well. So we don't have that redundancy in the system to address those concurrent calls.
Gotcha. So my last question, could you just speak to like the timeline here of why Fire Station 7 would be proposed in this, basically the 5 to 10 year plan here and not the 1 to 5 year?
Well, we're certainly flexible, but one of the things, the reason it's in phase 2 is it takes a while to acquire the land, do the design build, so that stretches out into the years. One of the things we put into phase 1 was, if you'll see on the slide that's up, rescue unit implementation. And the idea there is to staff an additional unit at Station 5 that would be staffed with 2 personnel on a smaller vehicle than a regular engine. So if you want to think about specialized brush truck, wildland vehicle, where it could respond on certain types of fires, but also take medical calls and help alleviate some of those gaps that we have. And that can be done pretty quickly. That's really the reason we had it in phase 2 versus phase 1. But if somebody's willing to go ahead with that, I'm happy to open Station 7 tomorrow if we can. So,
Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind. I appreciate this. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you all. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Zach, for the presentation. I'm over here trying to do math, which is always a very dangerous thing, considering I still count on my fingers. But I'll backtrack a little bit to start. And I know, when we had I think the last time you all were here in uniforms talking about ALPR tech and that good stuff, one of the things we talked about this as like a core issue that the department is dealing with. That if we're going to, regulate to any great degree the technology that the department has used to kind of culminate or make up for this gap, you need resources, and I understand that completely. I am curious, Zach, because Chief, you used and I appreciate the graphs and the data to back it up, that these cases are more complex and more time consuming. I did have a question that just popped up in my mind about, okay, if we're going to add FTE, on the flip side of that conversation, is there any world where some of those tools that maybe some community members are a little bit concerned about, we maybe don't need to be as reliant on them, et cetera, in the future? That's my first question, and feel free to answer it generally, but...
Make sure I'm on. Yeah, I understand what you're asking, and I think technology is a partnership with personnel. It goes hand in hand. We've talked both about AOPRs and other technology that public safety uses, and so again, it helps us. To Chief Moore's point, recently we've had an event in our community that currently we don't have ALPRs because we're in between our contract with Flock and Exxon. Not to re-argue or rehash this issue, but it substantially put us behind and required an incredible amount of manpower hours to get to a result that we could have gotten to very quickly. In the case, and I can't go in specifics about it because it is a current ongoing investigation, but Chief Moore and I were talking about this last week, and what we find is that technology is a partnership with us as long as it's used in a responsible manner. And of course, I know you have been a big proponent of trying to create guidelines, and we've talked about those and we agree to those on how to use that. But I think leveraging technology is a benefit versus in completely relying on all of technology. But as we grow, one of the things I want you to understand about the proposal tonight is most of what we're asking for is 2026 numbers, what we should be at today. We're not anticipating another 12 to 14,000 additional people within the city. What we're asking for over the next 10 years is just to get to the number we're at today. If we were really looking at it, I think the police real number, Chief Moore, correct me if I'm wrong, we're up around adding additional 66 police officers. Our goal and hope is that we are going to leverage some of the technology things that we propose and we've talked about to help reduce that number. What we're asking tonight and what we're talking about is that's a huge number of $20 million of ongoing funds. That is a lot of money to ask for personnel, and when personnel is not available or those funds, the public votes it down or public decides that that's too much to ask, we've got to leverage some of the technology out there responsibly to be able to cut down and substitute for personnel. And what I would say is that the request tonight, both for fire and both for police, and I would even say a little bit for our professional staff, is we actually cut these numbers down to very conservative numbers for the next 10 years when what we really need is more. Because we are going to leverage technology to be a partner with us in dealing with public safety issues and concerns in the community. And I hope that answers your question.
It did. I appreciate rationalizing that in my own head. And then, so I guess my second thought is the ask, right? Is the proposal, and that's where I'm trying to do math in my own head, which is going poorly for me. The previous sales in the previous ballot measure in 2017 that you mentioned was a 2.255% increase in the public safety tax. I understand you aren't advising on policy. That's up to us. But I guess maybe this is, Mayor, a question for you. Is your ask tonight that we begin the referral process?
So actually, I'll jump in on that.
Okay, take it, Harold.
So when we part of why we come to you all in May in the budget process is we tend to say a couple of things. This is what it's looking like as we're heading into the year. We're either optimistic, pessimistic, middle of the road, and we start outlining the biggest challenges that we need to deal with. Again, those council members that have been with us probably over the last 3 years, we've been flat every year pretty much in terms of no additional positions, but this has been on our radar. I think as we're heading into this year, in conversations with Teresa and Zach and others, we felt like we needed to really bring this forward now, look at, and we didn't know what to bring you specifically because we didn't know what council was going to say from a direction perspective. I think generally the question that we're asking you today is, and I think this is going to have to be solved, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. We're going to have to look at everything in terms of how we're approaching this, but the question that we're really asking you today is, do you want us to come back to you in June and give you all options in terms of what it would really look like from an increase to the public safety sales tax? What other options are we seeing? Because if that's the council direction, then we'll start working on that and bring it back to you in June with more details.
One more question just to the structure of this. A lot of these purchases over the 10-year plan are essentially one-time purchases, right? Vehicles, et cetera. Help me understand how a theoretical public safety tax increase on the sales tax side can support large one-time expenses versus like needing to bond it, right? So
I
is
think
it a
that's what we've got to figure
Yeah.
out, is because embedded in this is a lot of one-time cost, and when we look at how can we potentially fund those one-time costs, there's different tools that we can use. We wanted to give you a good sense of what we think the number is, and now we've got to start working on the different options. I think part of their plan is if you set the rate at a certain level, you're obviously not hiring all the positions at one time, so then you utilize the dollars and you functionally treat them as one time to then fund some of those things, but then you reduce your one time as you're moving along. What I want to look at is really what are the other options that we have. To your point, there may be a bonding scenario, there may be some other things that we need to dig into, but not knowing where council wanted to go, the first question is, do you want us to, we've obviously shown you the need. Do you want us to come back with some options that look at increasing the public safety sales tax and how we would approach it?
Mayor, what's my time? Just really.
You have 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm gonna take him. No, no, I'm not gonna take him. I appreciate that. Thank you, because I'm over here trying to figure out. Okay, is it 2.55? Is it, what is it? And we don't. And the answer is we don't know yet. We got to look at it and figure it out. I will just state my preference as one of 7 would be to bond the upfront costs as you just consider this, if that's an option. I don't even know what it is. And I will just say, for the policy consideration for those of us up here, I mean, we're going to be dealing with a fairly long ballot this fall. We had a conversation from FRPR last week. I know of a countywide measure in the early childhood space that's making progress. And we've heard from the public about, and honestly, this is a time where working families are dealing with a lot of economic stress, and ultimately sales taxes are regressive, which for me is always a struggle. With that said, the need is obvious. Before you got up here, I did text my dad and asked him what the numbers were when he was on, and I appreciated using 09, which was his last year. I don't know if that was intentional or not, Chief, but I appreciate it. He's like, yeah, I think it was like, somewhere around, and it was about right. And so it's been the same, essentially, since he retired 15 years ago. So the need is there. I want to make sure that we have the resources that we need to support the core service that I think we provide. So I would be supportive of moving something forward, and I'll lay back and listen.
Thank you. Really quick, I want to jump in. And so, I think about, my time in the union negotiation realm. And, we often spoke of, we budget what we prioritize. And I think about over the years, how I have 2 kids with severe mental illness. The number of times that we've had to call 911 for services, especially once he reached that 6-foot height and we could no longer wrap him in a little burrito, but we actually had members of our core team. So I don't want to forget, we have Emily there as well. And, a whole team would actually come to the house and come in and sit down and work with us. We'd have people with medical, public safety. So we'd had all the realms. So being able to see the time and care and the follow through that goes into, and that's just one call. And so I think about the number, as we increase in population, we have more diverse needs in looking at mental illness, drug addiction, just criminal activity that impact not just the victim and the perpetrator, but the family members. And how that, so I think about Emily, I don't want to leave you out of the loop, but when CORE is called, when there is a mental health crisis happening, who all is engaged in that process, and typically how long does that take?
Quite the mic theatrics. I think obviously like every call, it depends. I think our median time that CORE spends on a call for service back in 2025 was anywhere from 25 to 45 minutes. And then we have at least 2 follow-ups. And that can depend on what the nature of the call was, what they're following up on. Is it a phone call? Is it a text? Is it a visit? So it's really, across the spectrum, and that goes for case management and victim services too. Kind of those more, not necessarily, there's some crisis kind of response, evaluation, assessment, but then that follow-up is the real magic of the call. And the real magic of how it impacts future calls that we rely on our patrol, fire, and other partners in public safety.
Yeah, so I think about the biggest time when we were in a state of crisis. We needed people to walk us through that. I'm like, I don't know who to call. I don't know. It's like you just freeze. And the time that people took to walk us through, okay, this is who you're going to call to make the appointment. This is how you're going to follow. I mean, just the step by step. So it really wasn't even necessarily the actual coming into our house. It was all the work afterwards. And that is new. That was not in place in 2009. So, when we look at the complexity, yes, it's policy and how we can work with our state legislators on these pieces that are impacting our network and our city. But also, just knowing the programs that we have out there, our SRO program, just all these different now, and I've heard, do we still have the high school core score?
Yeah, we still have SCORE.
Okay, and so that's another layer where we are doing early intervention for mental health crisis. And so, I think about, we budget where we prioritize the community. And when we just had a dinner with ALMAC, and when we looked at all those things where discrimination they felt was taking place, you had, the big community, you had the school, you had other, police was a much smaller circle. So they're overwhelmingly, and I've even talked with families in the Latino community, in my church, that there is a large trust of our public safety, and that comes from our staff. And so if we truly value that work, we just have to get people caught up. And that's where I'm sitting at, is it's not even looking to get above and beyond where, all our fire and police are, in Mercedes and all and taking these European trips. It's so they're not having to be overworked, overstressed, taxed, because that's where mistakes happen. That's how we lose good people. So, I do want this council, and this is something that's kind of been weighing on me since I started council back in 2019. I was like, okay, and I kind of bit my tongue. And now, I'm kind of pushing back on this council to, we need to really think about our core services and how it impacts our community, how our community values our public safety, and what we can do to retain quality people and bring in new people. So actually people want to even come here. And, we see that in the teaching profession. If you don't have a good space and it's toxic and people are overworked and not paid well enough, they're like, I don't want overtime. I don't want, working during my plan time. I want my time. I want my sanity. So, I kind of draw those parallels to the two. So that's kind of what I'm pushing back and asking of this council, is to really, think hard and support, as well as, other actions we do. Time is money. So when we think about, we're like, okay, chasing the next shiny object, and we're engaging a lot of staff. That takes time, that takes money. And so I think for us, it's also being very cognizant of how we are tapping into and making demands of our city staff. So that we are cognizant that we're not kind of over budgeting. So I'm going to get down off my soapbox, and thank you for listening to me. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I really loved what I heard from you in the sense of that theme of show me your budget, and I'll show you your priorities. And I really think about my time on council and some of the rough times that we dealt with in 2008 and 2009. And I also think about how we created some equity, I think, with bringing on the associations and the treating our officers as the professionals that they are, and in both fire and police. And I want to thank Public Safety Chief and everybody here, the team here that brought this forward. We've had groups that want to talk about everything under the sun, but there are certain things that we put on the ballot if we choose to. It's this sort of thing that we talk about putting on a ballot. It's a library that we put on a ballot. It's something that we're going to have a deed to at the end, or support the community with real tangible results like we get from the police and fire and our emergency services unit, that is worth putting on the ballot. Not some sort of, I like this thing, this looks shiny, this is new, this is all sort of pie in the sky. It'll work better if we go with that, this way of doing things. That's not what we put on the ballot. We put these sort of things on the ballot. We put pools and rec centers on the ballot as a council. That's what we do. We put this sort of thing. And I'm very disappointed that the community doesn't quite understand that they want a free pass. They want us to go ahead and just put anything on the ballot. But these are the things that we actually, the taxpayers asking us to put on the ballot. Not some sort of thing that would give questionable results in regards to democracy or some other thing like that. So I really want us to stress and focus in on what's important. It's these folks here, their mental well-being, their stress levels at home, and the very fact that the community needs this. And I see it as the only path forward. We have to be looking at that, not on shiny new, wouldn't this be great if we tried it this way, sort of philosophical approaches that have questionable results in regards to the democratic process. So I really want to support what you guys are proposing here tonight, and however it turns out here in June, that's the direction. But I also want to support when we need to expand in certain areas where we're going to have a deed at the end, like libraries and rec centers. And so I think let the folks with the pie in the sky ideas go out and get their own signatures and prove that that's a good idea to the public.
Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. First of all, thank you to Public Safety for what I think is probably the best public safety master plan I've ever seen. This is something that we could, really put on the board and kind of work towards. So it's really helpful to have it all laid out this way for us. Core Services is, of course, our platform, our main focus. Anything that happens in the core service area, of course, we need to fund in some way. I think what we're talking about here is not should you be funded, but how. How do we get here? How do we make this plan work? Normally, when growth happens, the sales tax grows also. And so you would be funded just based on the growth. And I think one of the reasons that the funding has not kept up is because of the economic situation. The COVID shutdown, I think businesses are still recovering from that shutdown. And what we are seeing and what our CFO Malloy was telling us is that sales tax is increasing, the revenue is increasing each year. And so that is very hopeful. So I'm not sure, and someone can answer this, I couldn't quite tell if you were saying 2.255 increase or 2.55 increase, both of which are substantial. I'll circle around back to that. I want to stay positive for right now. I do think part of what you're talking about in terms of costs is unfunded mandates or regulation that has caused greater costs than were expected, and that would not have been covered just by growth, sales tax growth, based on population growth. So, to Councilor Popkins' point of view or observation, we can help with that in a little bit, in little ways, in that, it comes down to our state legislature in terms of mandates that they do put on public safety. So that is something that could be attacked more in the political arena in terms of, finding funding from the state or finding funding for particular initiatives if they really feel like those need to stay in place. All right, I agree with Councilor Marsing. I think anything capital improvement-wise, bond initiative is a great way to go. And we'll have to be careful with that too, because circling back around, the thing I'm worried about, our sales tax right now is 8.865. If we're to add 2.255, that puts us just a little below the highest sales tax in the whole of Colorado, which are all the resort towns, basically, are at the 11% rate. Our economy can't handle that right now. Yeah. So I'm very pro public safety, as you know. And so I'm just saying I don't think a sales tax increase, the rate increase, is a good idea right at this point, right as things are starting to pick up again, recover, and I do believe we'll see more growth in that area. I think
I see Harold chomping at the bit to respond to one of your earlier comments, so I don't want you to go on before we forget that. I know, so that's why I jumped in. So,
I don't know where the 2.25 number's coming from. We haven't proposed.
I don't either.
We haven't proposed a number at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think the purpose of this presentation was to demonstrate need and see whether or not council wants us to bring back some options that we can look at. Historically, what we've looked at is, the public safety sales tax, because I think part of that is it's dedicated and has sideboards on it. We can, as staff, bring back options that looks at a combination of a property tax increase as well as a public safety sales tax increase. We can bring back different options. And then the other piece of this in terms of the capital side of it, I think how we cash flow it and deal with it is something that we need to look at. And because we also use other funds to cash flow some of these things. So, for example, the fire stations that we built, we actually utilized debt, but the debt came out of the Public Improvement Fund in terms of funding that. So we haven't presented a number. The question really is, do you all want us to come back with different options for you to consider? That gives you different looks at how we can approach this.
Okay, and then that would allow us that time to have a more deeper discussion as opposed to having it
Yes.
right at this
Correct.
point.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
on the weeds.
So my parameter is I don't want to hamstring business any more than it is. I want to let that grow. I want that sales tax revenue to grow, and that's part of businesses growing, which can only help us in the long run. So I would love to see some creative ideas. I know there's lots of different avenues that we could look at, and it doesn't all have to be just one solution, but maybe could be multiple items that will lead us to the promised land here. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we need our public safety to be taken care of. And I'm sorry that regulation has made your job so much harder. You guys do a good job, guys and gals. So appreciate you. All right,
Okay,
thank you.
Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll just add my 2 cents on a couple of the policy directions here. First, I appreciate Councilmember Marsing's point on the ballot risks and the length of the ballot that's already proposed. I'd hate for something like this to, or anything that someone thought was essential to tank just because there are multiple things being proposed on a ballot. So I'd love to know what that option would look like, but also would love to know other options. I like the potential notion of bonding for some of the more capital intensive efforts right now, and maybe front loading more of that if we're going to do that, especially with the rising costs we've been seeing over time. If you look back, 5-7 years ago versus what it costs to build a fire station today versus what it might cost in another 5 years. So I'd be curious to see what front loading that could look like if we really were able to bond for that. On the earlier side, I also appreciate Councilman Marsing's point on the regressive nature of sales tax. And I'm going to do some thinking on this, but I'd be curious to know what less regressive options we might have, which I think also would address some of Councilmember Christ's concerns in this.
Okay, so go ahead.
And then just the
I
last
thought you were
point I just
done.
wanted- No, that's okay. The last point I just want to make is, Longmont saw a little bit more sprawl in recent years, or in the last decade, and growth kind of out to the outskirts of our town. And I think part of what this council has been doing is focusing more how and where we grow, which is concentrating on our inner core. And that both brings more sales and use tax from fees, but also doesn't stretch our system as much. And we're cleaning up some of the more challenging sites from public safety calls and fires. And so I think that's hopefully moving some of the direction in a more positive way to reduce the need for service calls. It's not going to solve this problem, but we're hopefully, able to start to taper this, increase more strategically, and to the benefit of the community and to our public safety folks. So I appreciate all those efforts. I'd love to see what the capital options would be, and what other less aggressive options might exist, and maybe where we can lead the way with some innovative financing approaches. Thanks.
Okay, yes, I concur.
Yeah, so I think the most least regressive approach is building some kind of property tax component into it. Property tax sales tax is more aggressive than property tax, based on the valuations. So, not getting a clear answer. So
if you would like to see staff come back with a kind of a different, like a menu
Different
of
option,
options,
yes.
different options that we can go to that include maybe bond or less regressive property tax, and interest rate sales tax. So looking at sky's the limit.
Okay. I mean, if everything's on the table and we
If
can.
you all are good,
Yeah.
I see 2 thumbs on Zoom. What about here? Okay,
Yeah, if everything's on the table, we can bring
Yeah.
back a number of options.
yes. Get creative. Work your
Okay.
magic.
Okay.
Okay, great, thank you.
Get out that magic
I
word.
think-
Yes.
I think the other thing to what everyone's saying that I wanted to point out is there are things that we're working on that also are part of the solutions. You don't want to know what this number would have looked like had we not brought Costco into the community.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think yes, this is a discussion, but what we also have to model are the other things that also generate sales tax, and then we start looking at the model to see what do we think the rate's going to be. So I say that because as we talk about things like economic development and these other issues, that feeds the system into this very issue we're trying to solve.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin, and I think this is your second time, yeah.
Question.
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Quick question. Generally, to be looking at bringing this back to us on a June timeline. That's right at the tail end of when we can refer. Correct? Or is it August that we can refer?
No, it's actually, I think this time it's the first week of September.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, and we should have a better picture on a couple other potential measures that could be coming up. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you need anything else from us as far as direction? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, and then the next item is the citizen-initiated request to amend 7.06 Prairie Dog Code at 0 reading. And we do have a staff presentation from Zach Blazek, Senior Environmental Sustainability Planner. And before we go on, so I don't really like that we would go on with council priorities without having a council member present. So I did initially think that Councilmember Prieto would be joining us online. No, I don't need a motion because I'm just going to augment the agenda. So, and I'm going to postpone this, our retreat discussion to a pre-session, to an upcoming pre-session. So I'll work with Harold and Sandy to get a pre-session scheduled so we can have a more flexible conversation. Everybody's in present, and we have Councilmember Prieto here. I don't like moving forward with goals and objectives without her input. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Totally supportive of that. My only question is that would your goal be to do that at that first currently scheduled pre-session in June, or would you want to try to get it on the calendar sooner?
We'll discuss. I would like to get it as soon as possible, but I want to make sure that people are here.
I appreciate
wanna
it.
make
No,
sure
I
people
agree
are in the
completely.
room.
Only
Okay.
some of the action items and the outreach plan
Yes,
pieces are kind
yes.
of in motion. So cool. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Okay, go ahead. You can- Yeah.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of council, here and virtual. Zach Blazek, Senior Environmental Sustainability Planner, Planning and Development Services, here to discuss a portion of a citizen-initiated code text amendment regarding 706 Prairie Dog Code. Again, this is a 0 reading. We'll get into it. So for some of the new folks on council who haven't participated in this process related to prairie dogs quite yet, I'm going to give a quick summary of how we got here. Our applicants went through the process outlined in 1502-060D1, which permits private parties to request amendments to the code. In the text, that was referred to the previous council on October 14th, 2025, and those of you who were sat and the other council members voted 7-0 to direct staff to pursue all of the changes that were requested at the time, then in October. And since then, staff have been working on those red lines for your consideration now. Through that process, we came up with the red lines. We went to Planning and Zoning Commission last month on April 22nd, and that was a very interesting meeting. These are the items that we brought. So this is everything that was requested again. Overall prairie dog permit review process, some general requirements, urban level development, public notification, and fees assessed. Planning and Zoning Commission gave their recommendations on these items. You'll notice that 2 of them are highlighted in blue. For these items, the Planning and Zoning Commission either could not come to a consensus for the recommendation they wanted to make, or they said hey, we think this would be better left to the decision at council, so we're going to leave it up to you guys. So for these two items, urban level development and fees, we're here this evening again on a zero reading to take your specific feedback on those items. We will come back at a future meeting with the full slate of red lines, but for now, this is what we're working on. So I'm going to go through, again, those two items that we highlighted in blue, just a quick breakdown of what the code currently says, and then what the applicants are requesting. So the first topic is urban level development. Urban level development is defined as property of any size that has received a land use approval, certificate of occupancy for the existing use. It's a developed outlot in a residential commercial subdivision approved for open space recreation drainage, or a city-owned and managed golf course or developed park. Right now, it says a person seeking to destroy prairie dogs on a property that is less than 1.5 acres in size, or that has active prairie dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size, or that has existing urban level development shall be eligible to receive a minor prairie dog permit. So essentially what it means is that if you are a property that meets one of these three criteria, then you are not required to go through a major permit process, which has more steps and potentially more fees. You're able to come in through the minor process. The applicant on this item has requested minor prairie dog management permits may only be issued on properties less than 1.5 acres, regardless of their urban level development. So with that change, it essentially strikes the urban level development clause from the code. So this is in red, just what that would look like in the red line, but it takes that clause out. And then there's additional language later on that, again, would remove the piece that says, hey, if you have urban level development, you're eligible for a minor permit. The staff feedback on this request is that we don't believe it's necessary or representative of improvement to the code. And this is for a couple reasons. One, of the majority of the permits that we issue do not involve the urban level development clause. Of the 21 permits that were issued in the year 2025, less than 20% were urban level development that were not involved with the city park. And, the one sort of time that it came up where it was, hey, we have this property that has urban level development with a large active habitat on it, we were able to work with these guys and work with the applicant of that permit to go through a relocation and, kind of prevent a large extermination from happening, even though it would have been allowed by the code. So we see that as an outlier, not as something that we would see commonly happening, and therefore not necessary to make a change. Next, I'm going to talk about fees. Staff don't offer specific feedback or opinions about fees when it comes to the code. That's up to the council to set. So for this, the Planning Commission opted to say, hey, we're just going to go ahead and let you guys decide. So for this one, we are specifically soliciting your feedback on this item. So the first request is to increase the fee for major prairie dog permits from $500 to $1,000 and minor prairie dog permits from $0 to $250. This is what that would look like in the code. The next would be to increase the existing $1,200 per acre habitat loss fee up to $1,750 per acre, and then add some clauses with specific reductions, one being if a humane method of extermination is used, it reduces to $1,250. If the applicant relocates prairie dogs under a major permit and then follows relocation with fumigation, then it's reduced to $500 per acre. And all of those fees will increase 2.7% each year to match inflation. So there was feedback specifically from Planning and Zoning Commission on this item. Again, this was where there was mixed feedback and no formal consensus. They expressed favorable opinions towards raising application and habitat fees, as well as concern about additional costs to developers. And again, no consensus was reached. The members also unanimously did not support item C, which was raising the fees by 2.7% each year. In the next section of code, the applicants request that all prairie dog extermination permits, major and minor, have a habitat restoration fee applied. Right now, we have all of this language that basically says if a humane method is used, then this habitat restoration fee can be waived. So from the ask, we wiped all of this and redlined it out. The Planning and Zoning Commission did make the recommendation to include a portion of this language in letter D. Again, since this is up to the council to decide, we thought we'd solicit your feedback on that item now. So again, we're here this evening looking for advice from council on the proposed updates to 7.06, 020, 050, and 080, existing urban level development, application fees, and habitat restoration fees. Again, staff don't support changes to the existing urban level development clause, but have no other feedback to offer specific to fees. With that, the applicants have a presentation. We'll pull that up and we'll let you hear from them. I don't know that this mouse works, you guys. Thank you, Dallas.
Awesome. Hello. Hi, Mayor and council members. We're here to talk about our prairie dog ordinance. So yeah, as Zach was mentioning, there are several issues with our current ordinance. It allows applicants to get around requirements. It just has parts that just go against the intention of it. It makes enforcement more difficult. And we've been working on this since January of last year. We've done community surveys. We've talked to other cities about their ordinances. We've really put in the legwork to make sure, this is something that is needed. And yeah, as Zach mentioned, in October, everything moved forward for us to discuss in detail now. We do have those updated red lines. There are some parts, though, that when we looked back on our original request, some things were a little bit unclear, miswritten, or could just be a little expanded on to really get at the actual intent of them. So to recap some of those issues, we've lost hundreds of acres of prairie dog habitat, which is considered special habitat for many reasons. They support so many other species. There's fire mitigation. They helped stop the Marshall Fire at points. There's many benefits. Wildlife, bird watchers come to watch the eagles that they support. And yet, out of all those hundreds of acres that have been removed, we've had $0 collected for the habitat loss fee that is mentioned in the ordinance currently. And there are communities that want to protect and preserve their prairie dogs, and there's really no support from the city for them to do that. And then they have containment issues, and that is what this fund is meant to be for. But yet again, there's nothing actually there. And some of the reasons why we haven't collected any is the fee gets entirely waived if they use a humane option. You should watch what a video of a prairie dog being exterminated from these humane options really looks like. I don't really consider them humane personally, but also the urban level development section has caused several habitats that were over the 1.5 acres to be put under a minor permit. And yeah, so there's a few loopholes that we're just here to close up. And again, we're here by Councilmember Popkin to make sure that they actually, incentivize the options that are more humane. And this process should allow us to, iterate on these requests and really dig into what really works instead of just going with the initial, numbers that we drafted. So yeah, we talked to planning and zoning, and as Zach mentioned, they've commented on mostly everything except for two pieces that we'll be discussing today. And we also want to go through a couple of the expanded requests as well. So, Susan.
Hi, Susan Summers. Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you for getting us on tonight. So the first one of the updates we're talking about tonight is the urban level development. And this has been very confusing even for me, I've got to admit, through this process. But the bottom line is we're asking for removal of the urban level development language and to make a level playing field across all permits of a threshold of 1.5 acres. So a minor permit is for less than 1.5 acres, regardless of there being urban level development. I don't know
Yes.
how to shift to a different.
It's just the
Sorry.
next, but just to
Oh,
clarify
okay.
too, in the red line Zach just showed, it's referring to parcel size of 1.5 because that's how the original request was written. But we meant, prairie dog habitat. So we want to clarify that we're talking about prairie dog habitat, not parcel size here.
Right, there's like a typo on that slide.
Yes.
Yeah. So there have been, and I know staff mentioned there's just been one circumstance. There's actually been a number of circumstances where this loophole that we want to call it, because it is, where urban level development had active prairie dog habitat of 1.5 or greater. And we'll talk about some examples of that on the next slide. But basically, there have been in the past and probably will be in the future properties that have large active prairie dog habitat, but they're not held to the standards of a major permit because there is existing urban level development on the property. The new language is simple. If there's 1.5 acres or more of active prairie dog habitat, then the process should be the same for all properties. The change to this ordinance will not interfere with a landowner being able to exterminate a small number of prairie dogs on their existing urban level development site. And that was actually the original intent of that language being put in the ordinance in the first place. And city staff has acknowledged that that was the original intent, to not, if you have urban level development, you have a couple prairie dogs come over, you need to be able to easily exterminate them. That will still be true with this language change. So 1.5 acres of active prairie dog habitat clearly would have more than 1 or 2 prairie dogs, so that's something that we need to get remedied here. We believe the change to the ordinance will encourage landowners that do not want prairie dogs on their existing urban level development site to keep prairie dogs out or to manage the population before it reaches the 1.5 acres, which is something that the city already does. They manage to keep their colonies down to a low number, and we think that private landowners should also be held to that same threshold. The scenario of a large number of prairie dogs being eligible for extermination under a minor permit is a real loophole. It's happened more than once. There have been 4 permits for properties with more than 1.5 acres approved this year alone. There are previous instances where that's happened as well. So it's not a one-time situation. The first example we're going to give you is Harvest Junction Village, which is Jamie's neighborhood. There were 1.75 acres of active prairie dog habitat on a urban level development outlot, which is just landscaping with trees. The city issued an extermination permit, minor permit. The activist, this man right here, got the community together, and we ended up, he got that switched over to a relocation permit. I actually did the relocation myself. I did it for no cost to the HOA because it was a small property, and I was trying to encourage them to do the right thing, which they ultimately did. So I relocated 79 prairie dogs to Pueblo Chemical Depot, and many of the residents of that neighborhood were horribly upset and actually voted the HOA board off because of the actions that they took trying to exterminate the prairie dogs. The second example is a huge one. McLean Trucking is a 143-acre property. They had over 35 acres of active prairie dog habitat. Only, I believe it was around 20-some acres of that 143 is actually developed. The rest of it's an empty lot. So it was a considered urban level development, regardless of the fact that there were 35 acres of prairie dogs. The city did issue a minor permit to exterminate. We actually got the relocation done ourselves. And the way we were able to do that was we just happened to know somebody that used to work at McLean and was friends with the president. That's how they ended up getting relocated. So yes, the city did notify us that this was happening, but it was ultimately the activists that got these prairie dogs relocated. And one thing I want to point out is immediately across the street from McLean is a similar sized property, and that developer, that landowner, was required to relocate that same number of prairie dogs at considerable expense because there was no urban level development. So by removing that urban level development clause, it levels the playing field for everyone across the board. So I'm going to hand this back over to you.
Thanks, Susan. So let's get into the fees. So we're requesting that we increase the major fee from $500 to $1,000. Any minor fee currently has no, a minor permit currently has no fee, and we're asking for a $250 fee. So as already mentioned in the ordinance, if there's anything, like this is mostly meant to cover staff time, going out there, measuring the habitats, making sure that, they actually are under that 1.5 acre threshold, and anything over should be going towards that habitat restoration fund mentioned previously. And Boulder County does have a similar program like this, and does use it to help build barriers, help landowners that are against prairie dog colonies, protect their land from them. So there is a need for it. And so, there's currently no fee for a minor permit, and why do we need one? Great question. Out of all of the permits in 2025, most of them were minor permits. They, I believe, take more effort because they need to be validated that, they are actually under that threshold. And it's kind of a weird outlier that this permit doesn't require a fee when almost all other city permits do have at least some small fee. $250 was just our initial amount to be thrown out there. Happy to work with staff to find and council to find a number that seems more accurate. But I do believe there should be something to help cover this, especially if the majority of them end up being minor permits, as we're seeing less and less large habitats in our city. So our original request had increased the per acre fee from $1,200 to $1,750. We'll get into our new numbers after, but this was, sorry, I was ready last week, but now I'm rereading my slides here. So if an applicant uses carbon monoxide, which is considered a humane poison, instead of a more inhumane one like Razal or something, the fee should be reduced down instead of being totally waived, which is what it's currently written as. And initially we said $1,250, and then for if a applicant relocates the prairie dog, that is still habitat loss. It still does affect the other wildlife. It still does affect the city in other ways. So we're proposing a fee of $500 per acre for if the colony is relocated. And the fees should really only be fully waived if they just preserve them. There shouldn't be this, okay, well, you did the right thing. You don't have to pay anything at all. And there's also nothing preventing them, an applicant, from using an inhumane poison after relocating, because no relocation is really 100% efficient. So there's always a couple of prairie dogs left that you do need to exterminate. And so they should be required to follow through with that humane method and not just resort to an inhumane one afterwards, which is a situation that we've had with landowner in Gun Barrel. And we are proposing that 2.7 annual increase to match inflation, which is something Fort Collins does with their fees as well. As things get more expensive, so should the fees to help cover it. We really want to just make it more clear how these fees can be reduced, make sure that we, are protecting our wildlife so many residents love. And we're really not asking for anything groundbreaking here. We're just asking to follow what other cities are doing. Again, these were just initial draft amounts, and Popkin was right, and they don't really work out if you do the math. So we are proposing just matching what Fort Collins has as fees. So here's some details on that. The way they came to their fees, we're looking into how much it costs to restore an acre and also the cost of a live relocation. So you can see a live relocation of 1 to 7 acres is about $20,000 on average. But if they were exterminate with carbon monoxide, it would be about $5,000. So for that amount, they would charge about $3 to $25K, which then kind of levels the playing field a bit more. And so on for like larger habitats. So they do have a 4.6 thousand per year fee if you just use an inhumane poison, and then a 20% discount if a humane option is used. So it becomes 3.6 or 3.7 really. So we'd like to propose that 4.5 thousand per acre and reducing down by 20%, and making this apply for any permit, because habitat loss is still habitat loss even if it's just 1 acre, and shouldn't just apply to the major permits. Let's see. So yeah, there's also cases where just there's been poor relocations. There's nothing to say that like an applicant needs to actually put effort towards the relocation. There could be 70 prairie dogs at Harvest Junction and, oh, you moved one, or you put traps out and didn't even move any of them. There's nothing to say that they have to actually follow through with this. So talking to several relocators came to the number of 80% of the prairie dogs that were originally estimated should be moved before that reduction actually kicks in. An inefficient relocation just shouldn't reduce the fees. And the fee reduction from relocation should only be valid if they don't use an inhumane poison afterwards. Like I mentioned, they're not 100% effective. So there's another bullet point here. If the remaining prairie dogs are exterminated by any method other than a city-approved humane option, then the fee is not reduced. And so yeah, this should be related to both the major and the minor permits, because, you know, habitat loss is still habitat loss. Inhumane poison is still an inhumane poison, regardless of if it's 1 acre or 20. So we believe the per acre fee should apply for both of them, not just the majors. And so that just means, you know, we need to add the word any in there and cross out that it's just for extermination of major permits. And so when we presented in October that, you know, there was no funding or no money in that fund, it came to a little bit of a surprise to council. And Mayor Peck at the time, she was part of the original ordinance being collected, and was like, why isn't there anything? And it's surprising to me that nobody's checked this in 6 years. So proposing that every year, just check what's in the fund. Can we use it for anything? Can we put out to the public, hey, we have this money. Does anyone need some preservation help? That's what Boulder County does. They have an annual program. People can apply, and they, you know, accept a few and help them out. And yeah, this is just kind of from the current ordinance and what that money should be going towards: education for the public, coming to prairie dog areas, or just letting them know the importance of them, research, helping out, you know, preserving habitats where we want. And yeah, so there are a couple of other items that PZ did comment on, but we feel the outcome still leaves too much ambiguity. So we do want to have council's thoughts on those. So for example, Susan, would you like to talk about this?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and
Sure.
you.
We'll take turns. So this topic is measurement of the active prairie dog habitat. We've had instances in the past where, one instance, for example, a developer submitted a 68-sided polygon as a measurement, which excluded just enough of the active prairie dog habitat as to come in under that 1.5 acre threshold. So that was one of the reasons why we want to do this. So the measurement of active prairie dog habitat shall encompass all burrows present on the property. This change will correct the issue of burrows being excluded from the measurement because they have been subjectively determined to be inactive, and therefore what was a major permit becomes a minor permit. I'll continue on. So Colorado Parks and Wildlife counts all burrows when estimating prairie dog population across the state, and we feel that protocol should apply here as well. The current language to determine habitat size actually reads the smallest area possible, which actively encourages applicants to artificially reduce that habitat size and draw that 68-sided polygon I mentioned. The diagrams on the right were shown during the initial council meeting. They show how the area can be reduced from 1.74 acres to only 0.1 acres using an extremely concave polygon. City staff gave examples on how simplifying to just a convex hull polygon language would be problematic as well, since there could be a building between boroughs, but the language can be created that allows for these exemptions. And we'll get to that language that we've come up with here in a minute. While PZ recommended keeping ambiguity and adding only one sentence, we strongly believe a change to add clarity here is beneficial not only to the prairie dogs but to city staff. Defining active prairie dog habitat as encompassing all boroughs and adding details on how the area is measured removes the burden from staff. I can tell you from experience, for years, prairie dogs do manipulate their burrows within their colony. So you can walk in there one day and a burrow will be open. You can walk in a week later and the burrow has leaf debris and appears to be not being used. They use them for air circulation and various things, just like we do our windows. So it's really difficult for someone, even me, to walk through and say, oh, this isn't active and that is active. So by encompassing all boroughs, you're removing that subjectivity and that assessment that staff has to make. We strongly feel if a burrow is present within a colony, it is part of the active prairie dog habitat or active prairie dog colony, and therefore it should be included within the measurement. So our proposal for this language would read active prairie dog habitat means a polygon that approximates a convex hull enclosing all prairie dog burrows on the property with constrained exclusions, allowing localized concavity where required to exclude areas with features that prevent normal prairie dog movement or burrowing, including but not limited to permanent structure, example buildings, paved roads, bodies of water, steep grade changes, or physical barriers. Where ambiguity exists, the delineation shall be determined by the director based on observable habitat continuity, including vegetation, soil conditions, and evidence of prairie dog movement, not solely on burrow point locations. So I think that you're here next, right?
Okay, so I was going to wait for the presentation to be done and then
Sure.
go back and ask questions? Or is this? Oh, it's already time. Okay, well, yeah, go for it.
What time? Oh, I think you're up next.
Yeah.
right?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
I motion to extend the meeting past 11.
Second.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm trying to get out of my thing. Yeah, we got to do the thing. Okay. Hold on, I'm sorry. Like all of these screens on me. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. I don't see, oh, are you in the queue to, okay. So let's just go ahead and vote to, what's that? Oh, I had to go back to my live meeting. Okay, and that carries 4-2 with council members Christ and Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in dissent. Okay, let's continue.
Awesome, thank you. This is our last slide, so we'll be through it quick. So this one is about a request we've already made where if a relocation center is available, the applicant should show that they did actually apply, but the current red lines don't require them to actually follow up on that. Like, sure, you applied. Okay, that's all you had to do. So we're asking, first off, that saying, relocation site is available is a little unclear. It should include the time where the location is accepting applications. Pueblo, for example, when they are open, accepts applications for 4 months before they actually start taking prairie dogs. So it was unclear, are those 4 months included or not? And it should be because they are accepting applications. And we've also added in that applicants must show proof that they've applied and rejected by available options before any extermination permit is issued, or follow through with that 80% relocation. And yes, that is the end of our presentation. So thank you for the long meeting here. And yeah, if you have any questions and all.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions? Okay, Councilmember Popkin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll just kick things off with a couple of quick comments. One, thank you to the applicants here. This is unusual that we have private citizens initiating a change in our code and following that process, and they've been following it very closely. Thank you to staff for working very closely on this as well. As I think council's seen here, and as I flagged for council a couple weeks ago, this gets technical very quickly. And I just also want to give a shout out to the Planning and Zoning Commission members who saw this in April, who spent 3 hours working through some of the changes and red lines. And so wanted to flag that, like, as we continue to work from zero reading onwards here, there's a lot of work that's gone into this. And Planning and Zoning Commission has worked through a lot of the smaller edits here as well. So hopefully we spend less time on the kind of parsing language on some of the previously hashed things and focusing on some of the core points that staff and the applicant have brought up tonight. I think those are the main things that I wanted to highlight initially before we really kickstarted this discussion here. Only last comment I'll make, and this is something I've discussed with the applicant previously. You know, I think it's worth thinking about what we're trying to achieve with this ordinance update, or with these updates here. And I think in this case, I think our goals are very similar between the city and the applicant. And just want to note from my perspective, you know, from a land use standpoint, I think what council has been thinking about, and what I think what aligns with the applicant's goals are trying to redevelop in our core and focus on redevelopment, not developing kind of existing habitats in other places. And so that's step one. Secondly, when we do redevelop, or when we do develop in other areas, focusing on habitat preservation as much as possible. Step two, when we're developing in other places, if we can't preserve the habitat, then we really encourage relocation. And step three, if relocation isn't possible, then at worst, you know, a humane extermination method is used. So I think, and I'm seeing Jamie nod his head as well. So thank you. And so what I hope we understand as we start to think through what's the right fee process here, what are some of the updates intended to do, is that we try to keep those core objectives in mind, since I know this can get technical and wordy and code language heavy very quickly. And maybe I'll just give it a moment to the applicant here to clarify if I misstated any of their intentions here before we proceed. Just, you know, again, citizen-led change, but council's policy decision ultimately. But Jamie, is there anything you want to clarify from what I said there?
No, that was great. Thank you, Councilmember.
Great. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, do we have anyone else in the queue? I'm trying to look at, Councilmember Kalkoffer. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all. I know you spent a lot of time on this. And I know this might also clarify, one of the things that I hear a lot from the business community is a lot of our ordinances are very complicated. So this does seem like it might make things more cut and dry. And you made a comment that you got a lot of community survey. Did you get any input from the business developer community to see how much easier this would be for them?
We haven't. I do know a couple of business owners in town who do have prairie dogs on their own property at home, but not business owners who have that on their own business properties. No.
Gotcha. And then for prairie dog relocation, are we starting to run out of locations that will accept prairie dogs?
At the moment, we are. There's still, Pueblo hasn't officially closed forever. I think they ran into a funding problem from the federal government. And Rocky Flats is technically still a relocation site, but Jefferson County at the moment has it shut down just for theirs. So I don't think it's a permanent thing.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks. And then this is probably going to be more for staff. If we're looking at a 20-acre lot, that's just a round number that I know. What would fees look like with the changes for, the proposed changes for the permit fee, and then potential relocation, if you know that, which we might not because we don't normally do the relocation?
Thank you, Councilmember Kalkofer. To your first question, with the fees for a general 20-acre lot, as requested by the applicant, that would, doing quick math in my head, most likely run somewhere between $50,000 and $70,000. Potentially more if it's more area. As far as the cost to the developer community for relocation, my understanding is that a property around that size is likely somewhere between $150,000 and $200,000 for the total cost. But I would actually.
It's a little high. I would say that's high.
You'd say that's high?
Yeah.
Okay. There's really only 2 relocators that I know of in the city, so that's kind of the average that I would give my best estimate at.
Okay. It would be interesting to get feedback from those relocators, as well as feedback from the development and the business community, because it does look like that this does clear the language, and like I said before, businesses want clearer language to understand what they're going into, but I would like to get their input on this as well. And then also the cost from those relocators as well. And then and I'm sorry, this is super naive, this is not in my realm, but why do we look at acreage and not head count or prairie dog count for the fees?
Councilmember Kalkofer, the easiest thing that I can say is that counting every prairie dog, especially on a large site, is impossible.
Okay. All right, great, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Zach, can you explain to me on page 4 of the Council Com, section 7.06.020 under definitions, line item 3 that's been redlined out, city-owned and managed golf courses and development parks. Why would we redline that out? And how does that affect our investment at a golf course?
Well, the applicant's request was to remove the urban level development clause. So redlining that would be included in removing the entire clause itself.
And so the city could be on the hook too for paying a fee to remove?
That's correct.
Oh.
In the year 2025, 8 of the 21 permits that I issued were to the city.
Were any of them golf courses though?
None of them were golf courses,
but
all of them were developed parks.
All developed parks. Okay.
Okay. Do we have anyone else in the queue? Nope. So I would, if before it comes back, I would really like to hear from LEDP and the chamber as far as, if we could do some kind of outreach and looking at, what would be that fiscal impact in regard to the fee portion. I'm really focusing on the, because that was the one that, like, the numbers and, I just want to make sure we're hitting a good point that is manageable for business as well as, the essence of the ordinance itself. So that would be something I would like to see have come forward. Or have that discussion prior to bringing this back. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be pretty brief. Thank you for your time, and I know this has been a eight-day long wait for you. So thank you. So in general, I'll be very brief. I support the direction you're trying to go. I think if we have a fund that's been established that in 6 years has $0 in the account, that's a policy problem that we got to figure out. There are loopholes being taken advantage of that we got to figure out. I also generally am in agreement about the urban level development question with the applicant. I think so. I do support making 1.5 the active deciding threshold. The only thing generally that I flagged, as did P&Z, was the 2.7% increase indexed to inflation. And I guess I had a question generally for staff on how that fits in with our broader fee schedule and whether that would be outside the norm of how we tend. Yeah, I understand Fort Collins may do it. I'm not on council in Fort Collins. I want to make sure that is rough, that is that completely outside the norm of how we tend to operate on a fee for development of this type, fee increases? Because I'd be more supportive generally of like a fee review or a CPI index or something like that.
Mayor, members of council, Grant Penland, Planning and Development Service Director. I don't know if I can clearly answer that question in terms of how we address land development related items. We do have escalators other locations.
Tied to inflation?
Typically related to construction cost inflation, not necessarily directly to CPI.
This is like CPI general inflation.
Yeah. Again, just speaking in the land development realm, admittedly, we haven't updated the majority of our land development application fees in quite some time. So, yeah, unless there's any other realm that would be similar, again, just speaking in the land development code and the related fees, again, construction increase based upon valuation, but not necessarily specifically tied to CPI.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that's generally the only piece I wanted to comment on. I guess my question is, this is one of my first zero readings. Are you just taking direction generally into the edit on first, or are you looking for a motion?
Yeah, so council can give us direction in terms of draft and what you want to see in terms of edits. Council can also say that they want more information and direct us to go get more information and bring it back again if we needed to based on that information. So for example, I heard two people say we want more feedback from these other groups. That could be a direction that we could do as well, as to go get feedback and bring it back to you all for you to consider. Council can move it forward as is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any feedback or other than what's been stated so far?
No, just the 2.7.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. And then, Councilmember Christ, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the language needs to be a little bit easier and clearer. I think the easier we make it, the more likely that people will comply. I also think the fees should benefit the city staff time, so maybe go into the general fund. And so I guess I'd like a little more feedback from them as to how much time they think they put into managing these permits and also helping people through the process. That's why I say let's make it easier. I agree that we need to have some feedback from the business community. And I'm in favor of keeping the urban development there, as I've come from a farm and I've had to wrangle my own prairie dogs at one time or another. And they get ahead of you really quick. And they invite friends over, and pretty soon you start with one and then you got 500. So, and we had falcons too, and they couldn't keep up. Anyway, I'm just saying that I'm sympathetic because once you get one in, like I say, they invite their friends. But I want to see them taken care of because they are a fun addition to Colorado. And I grew up watching those colonies down in Pueblo too, where they had a little zoo that for prairie dogs. And it was fun to watch them. You could see them burrow underground and everything. So anyway, thanks for the presentation. And I hope that helps with the direction to bring back more information. I thought the packet was a little bit hard to follow, just the way it's been written so far. So if you could make it a little more clear and easy to understand, I think it'd be helpful for people in terms of being able to comply.
Can I just comment on the expansion of prairie dogs? They're only able to get pregnant once a year. Generally, they have 6 to 8 babies, but half of them generally die off within the first few months. So if you have one prairie dog, it's pretty impossible for you to get to 500 within even a few years, and that is why we are asking for this 1.5 threshold to make it, a level playing field. It's easy to manage a small colony before it gets there.
Well, we were out on a farm and we had neighbors too, and so if our holes were empty, they got rented real quick. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Culcuffer.
I do really appreciate everybody's time. Again, thank you again for waiting all the meeting last week for us to end without you presenting. I do like the the waiting periods. I'm cool with that. The 90-day follow-up, I'm also okay with that. What I heard from the previous presentation about us being so reliant on development, we sit on a hard spot where we have to balance the future needs of our city and future growth, but also we need to be good stewards of the environment. So this is a tightrope that we're balancing, and we have to make sure that we're looking at all the different information that we're getting from the community as well as the advocates. Really appreciate your time, but definitely want to get some more feedback from the different business. I like the LEDP and the different development community as well, just so we get all the information and then also get some feedback from them to let them know that these changes will also make it easier for them to navigate the process. So thank you.
Great. So what do you need from us as far as, because I am generally in support of the 0.020, 0.050, and 0.080. I do want to see, in looking at the urban development clause as well as the fees, I would like to get input from LEDP, the chamber. I don't know how much LDDA or, because that's, they have a certain range, area that they encompass. And I don't know if there's any prairie dog colonies in the LDDA zone. I don't think, unless there's over by
Maybe.
on the Emory.
Yeah, off of First.
So yeah, I mean, if they're able to just kind of look this over and provide feedback.
So is the direction from council to take what's been presented? I think the simple answer would be go to the impact committee, which is
Yes,
a combination
impact
of
committee.
everyone.
Yeah, that's yep.
And then they can invite staff to their meetings and go over it, and then they can provide feedback. And then once that feedback is received, we bring it back to you all. Is that the direction?
That would be, at least from that would be my direction, but I'm going to throw it out to the rest of the council. I do see Councilmember
C3.
Popkin Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Before I go into a couple things on my end, can you just clarify what's the impact committee? Is that
It's LED. It's Longmont Economic Development
that's what
Partnership,
LEDP,
the chamber, the DDA. It's that group that really works in that
They
environment.
spoke a little bit at our to that impact committee at our retreat, correct?
Yeah, I was just clarifying
I
the
think they
group.
did.
Correct,
Yeah. Okay.
correct.
Okay. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay. Yeah,
Continue.
I would welcome feedback from them. So I'll add my voice of support to that. I think I'll offer a couple. Let me think. 5 points on the table to see if we can move in that direction, in this direction beyond what I just said. So, one, on the urban development, going back to my original point before, if we were truly trying to focus on redevelopment of areas that have been disturbed already before we even disturb other habitats, I think we want to make that even more clear in the incentive structure. And so I would encourage us to take a look at language, and I don't have a draft written right now, but I would encourage us to take a look at language on focusing urban development to actually focus more on urban renewal areas. which council knows that we kind of have previously defined those. Those are focused areas for growth and redevelopment within our core. They are very much not intended to stretch our boundaries into other habitats and borders of open space. So I'd say, can we refine that language to focus more on the urban renewal areas and then kind of strip out the other size considerations? The second piece here would be, I think I'm fine with clarifying the active prairie dog habitat at a convex hull, so long as the planning director or their designee has final discretion in review there, just so it's not a huge burden on staff, but kind of aims at the spirit of how that's defined. Zach, Grant, or Harold, would you have any concerns with that?
Good evening, Councilmember Popkin. I have concerns with language on convex hull. What I'll say is that we're planning on bringing the whole suite of language back for first and second reading, and that information will be included in that staff report. Again, this was just specifically looking for feedback on the items related to urban level development and fees. And I think it would be beneficial to the council, to the applicants, and to staff if we have the opportunity to all present our positions on those items, in a formal meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then I'll withhold further direction on that, so long as we're not, when that comes back, we're not creating situations where someone could kind of flout the spirit of what's intended. Then I'm fine with the permit fees proposed. When we get into the per acre fees, I wanted to, can we pull up the slide that looks at I think there were two slides. One was the original proposal, and Jamie, is that so, and then Jamie, go to the one that you all wanted to focus on. And just to make it really clear for us and anyone watching, for the few, you're proposing what's in table 3 here?
Table 3 shows what the total cost would be. It's actually this table 2 that, like, what is the fee actually. So with an inhumane poison, it's 4.6, and then with the 20% discount, it's like 3.7. Which then ends up being, here's the totals, if you have that range.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then just a question for you on this. If our goal truly is to encourage relocation primarily, and then, so is there any fee for relocation?
Fort Collins does not have a fee for relocation. That is something new that we would be doing here. Yes.
And the fee for relocation is not listed on this, right? It's the $500.
No, that's over here. Yeah. So that is here. Yeah. If an applicant relocates the prairie dogs, we are still asking for a fee because it is a habitat loss after all.
Right. I totally understand that that's a habitat loss. It's also another cost to the applicant to relocate the prairie dogs, right, and keep them alive, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, which is the tension I think we've discussed previously on, like, what are we actually trying to incentivize?
Yeah.
And I get that there is a habitat loss. We're also trying to preserve parts of the species. So I get a little hung up on kind of, I get that it's reduced fee, so 500 might be on the small side. I'm not convinced that that is what we want to try to discourage. Now, go back to the other slide for a second, where we have the costs for the humane. So the quote unquote humane method of extermination is the 20% discount column, correct?
Yes.
So that is a substantial. Yeah, we'll get feedback, I guess, from the impact committee and from other constituents too on, like, what the kind of potential balance of fees are.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we're truly incentivizing relocation over extermination. And I think that's from a value standpoint where I come in. Obviously, we'll make a decision on exact fee level at another point. I'm wondering, though, if we want to more dramatically incentivize the humane extermination, again with alignment with the values that we're trying to, or the goals that we're trying to achieve. And so whether that's feedback for staff or feedback for the applicant, I'd probably lean in, like, if that's truly our intention, would seem to me like that I'm assuming there's more cost to using the carbon monoxide versus Rosal or something.
Yes, the inhumanes ones are typically the cheaper ones. Yeah.
I would want to make sure that we're meaningfully incentivizing that over a inhumane. I actually have less of a problem with a higher inhumane fee, and would rather see a much lower humane fee.
That makes sense. Yes.
And then, let's see. I think that speaks to that there. And then the last thing I wanted to just put on the table here, I think this is really simple, but I would love to see either.
That is time. So.
Can I just finish one?
And I do have someone else in the queue.
Yeah, one sentence, Mayor.
No, you're done.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to move us along here quickly. So,
Yes.
what I'm hearing is, and to clarify this direction, is bring back feedback from the bring this back on first after feedback from the Impact Committee. I think we deal with the urban level development question on first reading, so I would keep it in there for now. The striking for now. Follow the applicant's fee structure generally. What I'm hearing is minus. I agree about the fee for relocation. I don't support a fee for relocation. That would be a new norm that I'm not comfortable with. If we want to incentivize relocation over extermination, I think the lower burden is the better choice. I also think removing the 2.7% inflation language in the recommended, the 2.7% increase language, that basically following P&Z's recommendation there. Those are the four general pieces of consensus direction I'm hearing. And I don't know if I need to make a motion on that or not, but.
Do you need a motion? Or do you have any more questions of us? As far as, yeah, go ahead.
I think if those are the items that council generally, if I have 4 council members that say, that's what you want us to do and bring back, I think we're clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On fees on first, I would just follow the applicant's red line at this point, minus those exceptions.
So wait, say that again.
So basically, just because it's on firsts, a lot of the staff direction you were looking for, I'm correct, was on fee structures generally.
And the urban.
Yes. Level development. I frankly want to hear from the Impact Committee on that, but I would rather leave it in and then strike it on first.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Then
now
have
that
it
makes
come
sense.
back on,
Okay.
then take it out now and have to put it back in.
Okay.
Same for fee structure. I would rather kind of follow the applicant's fee structure at this point, minus the two that it sounds like we're in general agreement don't make a lot of sense. That would be the $500 relocation fee and the inflation language. So I would strike those two on first, and then.
Okay, but that's when it comes back to us. Like,
yeah.
I feel like we could have, my thought is, I just wanted to give direction on these 2 items, these 2 sections that were coming back to us. And then after that, we can have a more in-depth as far as piecing apart the rest of the language.
Works for me.
Okay? Do we have so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 present. What about Chris and Popkin? Taking it to the impacts team and bringing back on the fee structure as well as the urban, can't think of the name.
Urban development.
Urban development, thank you. It's getting late.
I agree.
Okay, so we have the, you have direction.
We have our direction. Thank you, Mayor.
And, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course. And we are now, because we have moved item C, the council retreat follow-up, to a pre-session TBA. I will try to get that in as soon as possible. I'll discuss with Sandy on this. And so now we are on to final call, public invited to be heard. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to address? No? Okay, so now we are on to mayor and council comments. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep mine fairly brief. This is in relation to my role as liaison to the Sister Cities Association. As members of council might know, this year marks the 5th anniversary of our very unique sister city relationship with the Northern Arapaho at Wind River. And in conversations this week with staff and just kind of in my own thinking, I would love to have just heads up direction from council to say to staff, essentially to reach out to the Northern Arapaho to discuss with them how they would like us to potentially celebrate that specific anniversary, whether that be, whatever event they would consider, a delegation trip, what have you, put it in their court, essentially, to facilitate it, to say to staff, council says go for it, seek direction, or essentially give them the green light to reach out.
We don't need a formal vote for that. I think
No, I think at
typically,
this point, it's really,
Yeah,
pardon?
if we just give a
thumbs
thumbs
up
up,
is
yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That is all I had, Mayor, is just
Okay.
let Adriana get to work and reach out.
Okay,
So,
yes.
cool.
No,
Great.
that would be great. Thank you for that. Councilmember Popkin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Two things here. One, I just want to say thank you to the mayor and to city leadership for adding the extra business meeting tonight. I know we used the full time, but clearly I think that we had some important conversations to cover, from citizen-led initiatives to public safety to the data center topic that took up some time, but I think it was time well spent. So thank you for not only that time, but for the extra time and extra work that went into kind of prepping this on fairly short notice. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And then lastly, just a note on how we started this meeting with the Kanemoto Tower designation. When I was campaigning, considering this was in my ward and in my neighborhood, it was a potent symbol, I think, that I used, especially during the campaign season. And I was surprised with how many people didn't even know we had it in the city and what it was and what it stood for and the history that went into it. And so, I think sometimes designations and certificates and national registers feel kind of performative, but I think in this case, not only is it symbolic, but it's incredibly necessary in this day and age. I think first of all, it's in addition to all of the accolades it got earlier and were shared, I think it's only one of 4 state historic landmarks designated to Asian American heritage in our community. And secondly, it's a beacon and still relevant beacon today, not just for compassion, but for the values reflected in all 5 of the levels. Love, empathy, understanding, gratitude, and selflessness. And I think those values are more important now than ever or as ever before. So it's a great way to start the day. I just wanted to end the day with that as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Kalkofer?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder, I will be remote next week as I will be out of town. Also, I'd like to end with some gratitude. I did attend, since we didn't meet last week, I did attend the National Day of Prayer, and I thought it was really beautiful that 2 council members did prayers over the city, Councilmember Christ and Councilmember Prieto. So really moving and touching, and I'm glad that I was able to participate in that. And I was very moved as well going to the Peace Officer Memorial. Thank you, Mayor, for sharing
The
some
Kleenex,
tissues.
yes.
I didn't expect to cry
I was
for
prepared.
both of those. So yes, you were. I was not. But it was also a pleasure to see you in action for all of your school functions. We were able to do the job fair and then also a Central Elementary tour, and I got to see the mayor in her other job, which was very heartwarming, and it was really nice to see. So thank you for letting me tag along.
Yeah, I am nice sometimes. Not a royal bee all the time, so thank you for that. Councilmember Christ?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to thank council for allowing me to go remote today, kind of on the fly, and especially staff for making that happen, technologically speaking for me. I sure do appreciate it. And then just to piggyback off what Councilor Kalkofer was saying, I've had, I think, 4 discussions about peace this month. One was the National Day of Prayer. The second was the Peace Officer Memorial. Actually, there was one between there, which is Mother's Day, which was originally a mother's devotion towards peace. I think that was around the World War I time is when it was designed. mostly for women who were trying to create peace in the world. And then the last one was the peaceful dedication at Dickens Farm. So if that's any indication, we're all on the same page. We want to see peace and love in our city. And appreciate Councilor Prieto and Councilor Kolkoff for being there at the day of prayer with me. We had great response from people in the library saying it was really nice to see that happen out there in the plaza. It was very positive. So thanks for being there.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. A couple things. I was part of the Rotary Club's dedication of their peace pole, and gave a little speech about peace, and I want to thank the Rotary for inviting me. Reminder that just about here in about 3 or 4 days, many of our school-age children will be out in the streets and doing what they do. So just keep your eyes peeled for them, because I think summer's upon us. And then just kind of a note is that to explain, I think that when we go, there are certain times when it's valuable to carry the meeting over. But the optics of doing things in the dead of night has gotten just absolutely over the top, and that's why I voted against it. I think that we have a deadline for a meeting to end at 11. I encourage my fellow council members to ask their questions and get those answers, and maybe give us a synopsis of those responses, and then let people say that they're happy to reach out to them, because I think this is getting a little bit where I want to do the hard work, but when we get into the midnight hours, it looks like we're doing the city's business, in the dark and trying to hide something. And when I see that our Longmont Public Media has a show called Too Long Didn't Watch, Longmont City Council meeting, I think we are getting kind of a bit of a satirical message about how long we're actually going on these things.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for keeping us in check. So just really quick, I was like, okay, I wanted to end the meeting now. I feel compelled, but I do want to do a shout out for the organizers of our staff breakfast. That was amazing. I wanted to get there at 6:30. I think I got there at like 7:30-ish because I'm not a morning person, but it was great to be able to talk to staff and really get just see the people who do have that front facing with the public, and how much they just appreciate being in the city. So much positive comments, and so it was great. It was very warm. The other one was, of course, the Peace Memorial. Peace Officer Memorial. And so looking at that, I know in the social justice realm, there's this idea of policing, there's an idea of, but really it brought back that notion of peace officers who are maintaining the peace, who are working with public, who are front facing with public. And just in my time, not just on council, but just in the school system and my own personal experience, just the connections that we've had with our public safety has been very valuable. And I see that Longmont does value our public safety, and it was an amazing event. And I was prepared with Kleenex because I wasn't prepared the first time I went. So that, and then thank you, Councilmember Kalkoffer, for helping me with Career Day, having the opportunity to meet with 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders from Rocky, Indian Peaks, and Columbine, and they got to visit other tables that had public safety, transportation. We had, I think there was public media might have been there, different businesses that were there representing and having a chance to talk to the youth. So that was very exciting. And so thank you for that, as well as helping me tag team with our field trips. Central came. I did go to Fall River and do a presentation there. So it was like, 'tis the season. But to have the youth come up to the podium and give their public comments, and their questions. So that was pretty fun. And thank you for your help with that. NGLA put on a picnic. We've been getting those on our calendars. So, feel free to pop into one. I went to one at Meadowview, their picnic, and it was great being able to connect with people, seeing what the issues are, and that helps make us have well-informed policy decisions. And exciting stuff, Roosevelt Park ribbon cutting. Yeah, and that was, it was just amazing the work that they're doing, the ADA compliant swing. So if you haven't had a chance to get out there, I don't know if anybody's listening right now, but go check out Roosevelt Park. There's also exercise spaces, so very cool. So, seeing no one else, City Manager, do you have any comments?
I have two, actually.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
One, when we said September 1st on the ballot initiative, that means that we have to have all the approvals in August, so first meeting August, second meeting August at the latest. So I wanted to clarify that, so there will be a push in it, but August is really the time where the votes occur.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have to let the county know in July.
In July,
And so
okay.
there's another item coming back for you all that you all directed on the open space piece that I think is coming in the near future. So.
Yeah. And that one doesn't have fiscal impact to the voters.
No.
So that one will not have. So, kind of looking at ballot measures, yes, it'll be a full ballot, but there are some that won't have that fiscal impact. So, okay.
And then Sandy wanted to
yes.
one more thing.
Okay.
Mayor, on the retreat items, I just wanted you to know that your pre-session work has already begun. We're starting to set up meetings
Yes.
on outreach. You're starting to see more meetings on your calendar for all the different events and things like that. And we will be changing up Coffee with Council. The next couple of Coffee with Councils actually have some target audiences, so we're going to change the marketing as opposed to the place. So it's the December one where you'll start to see actually a change in space as well. So we're making all of those changes. There are a couple things you wanted to bring back. Those will come back June 2nd. And then to that kind of retreat part 1, and then this, which would have been retreat part 2, we will set for a pre-session. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you. City Attorney remarks?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, so with that, we have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion. All those in favor, say aye. Okay, we are adjourned.